Chat saying they hope for book early. They'll check ped while we're panicking, but it's 3 bombs. We shall see, but we are off. See, Jex has decided to darken up the mood a little bit with that custom Samus sprite. Version 11.1 of the randomizer does include, or version 11, I should say, in general, includes some custom sprites for Samus. But 1.1 also added a few quality of life fixes. Wait, are we playing A Link to the Past or Sonic the Hedgehog? And why didn't Samus change to Link out of the cross-game port? No, I'm kidding. But our first Link to the Past check is missiles on Lake Hylia Island with a blue rupee in Link's house and a blue rupee in the sanctuary. Blue rupees everywhere. Oh yeah, that is something else that changed in version 11.1. The text font changed, which now allows for more room in a text box. That is a beautiful Tier 3 tree pull of 8 bomb drops from Zempt. So Zempt will be going into Kakariko with a full armaments, while Jex is going to go ahead and go with the Houlihan play. Oh, chat, you called it. There's a book in the Uncle chest. And the Uncle himself having a hard container, excuse me. So a book opens up interesting possibilities. It's a front door access into desert. It means we can check the pedestal nice and early, which I wager our runners will probably do. And Jex is taking advantage of the fact that Houlihan dumps you out right at Link's house to go ahead and do the Link's house checks, and will be also moving on to check the Uncle chest, which will net him his book, as Zempt is our first to the Lost Woods. Growing in the mushroom spot tonight, we have a shield. And I think that's the Tier 2 tree pull from Jex, because I think he took a hit sometime along the way getting to that point, unless it reset after Houlihan. But yeah, green rupees ain't so good. Alright, nothing of extreme significance inside the Thieves' hideout. But yeah, this is a fairly slow start here. We're just getting into Kakariko with no trackable items yet. And Zempt, however, will have the nice luxury of a full load of bombs going into Kakariko. No need to go buy any. Maybe it come in handy if we only get 100 rupees in here, just enough for Bottle Vendor. And we get our first Super Missile pack here in Blind's Hut, along with some more missiles and some more rupees. Bush Crab's also dropping only green rupees tonight, as the back of Blind's hideout has even more missiles. Lumberjack Ledge, big important check for us tonight, that would be Ice Beam. So, while not hard required for the seed, I'm sure that's going to be a big question mark to our runners later, because Ice Beam is kind of yikes to be there. But bottom of the well, still not much to look at here. We're just getting money and sticks and missiles and a bloomerang and a space jump. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere, because that's a can fly. But it looks like Zempt is electing to go pick up the extra rupees in beneath the well one more time in order to receive the item from Bottle Vendor. Not a bad call. You're right in the neighborhood. You have the cache, close to the cache. You only need to make one trip down the well, and you get for your trouble more supers. Well, I mean, it's green, but it ain't at least 1 rupee. Supers are still pretty useful, especially until Charge Beam shows up. Because if you do not have Charge Beam, you need 30 missiles supers to kill Ridley, 60 from Mother Brain. Although it should be noted that in version 11, Charge Beam can now be in GT. So it's possible our runners may not see that till the end of the game, if at all. Back at the tavern has yet another heart piece, so I believe that's the 3rd heart piece. So, not a particularly healthy start, but an extra heart container going into South Shore certainly doesn't hurt, although I'm sure our runners would like to see one more, just for the sake of be able to tank 2 crab hits. Our first power bombs of the night on the library ledge. I say ledge, but it's the shelf. And Zempt electing to check race game ahead of time, it is the Moon Pearl. While not immediately useful, that is one of our keys for Dark World access. Furthermore, it'll allow our runners to fake flipper and check the Waterfall Fairy chest by setting up a water walk.
Charging battery.
That didn't come out of me, for the record. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure Jex would like to get some batteries charged anyway, given that there really is nothing to go on here. But Zempt's next port of call will be the South Shore. So we got a few items in Mini Moldarm Cave, the item in Ice Rod Cave, hopefully. Given that we haven't seen anything yet, I wouldn't be surprised if Ice Rod Cave has our progression. Although we have so little right now, unless like a bunch of Link to the Past items show up, I'm pretty sure Morph Ball is going to be our next bit of progression here. Because that's really what's gaining the majority of our Link to Super Metroid progression at this time. There's a couple of things you can check with like Space Jump and Screw Attack or Speed Booster. But not much that you can check. Like a few extras. I think Screw Attack puts Terminator in logic. It puts... Well, with Space Jump or some other form of Can Fly, puts Gauntlet into logic. But yeah, we're getting absolutely nothing to work with here. We don't even have a Power Bomb yet to go with our Morph Ball. That first one we've seen is locked by Pegasus Boots, so you know that means they're all going to show up in Norfair, right? And yeah, it looks like Zempt is going to use go to Mini Moldarm Cave down to the last bomb, though. Cuts it close there. Or second to last bomb. But gets the mirror and a proper set of power bombs and another set of power bombs and some sticks and a heart piece. So power bombs and mirror. Mirror's nice, but again, not immediately useful. We still don't have Death Mountain access, so we can't use that to check Spectacle Rock or the front of Tower of Hera. It's still one item you don't want to go searching for later, but Zempt's got a bit of a health problem here, so Zempt will not be able to tank a crab. I'm going to giggle maniacally if chat is right on this one and it's a vanilla Morph Ball here. Because it very well could be. That is in logic. And has shown up a couple times. Not in recent history, but it's shown up. Alright, Ice Rod Cave next up on our list. Just a red rupee. So we are now currently down to Agina's Cave, the front of Hyrule Castle, And that's it. And, excuse me, the whole eastern part. You know, Sahasrar's Closet, Eastern Palace, front half. Yeah, we got a few checks left. It's not even one whole heart, Nimono. It's 2 hearts on green mail. That is true. We can check Desert without a sword. We can check the first chest, and if that chest has a small key, the right side, but that's it. It is 2 hearts of damage from the crabs on green mail. Desert Ledge has missiles, and it looks like Zempt is indeed going to go ahead and dip Desert. Sonic is not impressed by this dialogue. And we finally get our first map check of the day. We've got crystals at Eastern and Desert and a pendant at Hera. So 2 pendants in the Dark World tonight. That'll complicate things. Not much keeping us from Hera either, just a lamp and a glove, or a flute. Or Morph Ball. We do get a key here, so that does mean we can get to the right side of Desert Palace here, so Zempt has 2 more chests available to open. But yeah, Hera's a vanilla pendant, everywhere else is a blue crystal, so our 5-6 crystals are still missing in action tonight, so they are both in the Dark World. So, Pyramid Fairy, probably going to be a later check today. Zempt is out of weaponry. He actually can't check the second chest in the back of Desert Palace. Yeah, that's a minor problem. Yeah, we haven't even picked up a proper weapon yet. We're still running on bombs. This is probably the most defenseless start I've seen in a long time for sure. Jack's forgetting that you need Pegasus boots to set up a water walk up there. And Zempt is looking to set up a Houlihan. I think. Didn't quite go as well as intended, I don't think. Unless he's just going for a... Nope, he's not going for a health refill. But Jex has successfully performed the fake flipper and will be checking Bridge Guy. That was dangerously close to being a death there. If you are hit in the fake flipper state in the randomizer, it outright kills you. And that is interesting. Grapple Beam is locked behind flippers tonight. But Zempt has successfully pulled off the Houlihan, gets a rupee refill, and yeah, we're starved for literally everything. We've got no weapons, we've got no bombs. In Zem's case, we've got very few rupees by comparison to what we normally have after a Kakariko dive. We still have Eastern Palace to play with, but that's about it. Grappling Beam is nice, though, because it's a nice quick kill method for Dragon. It's nice for movement. You might need it for Shaq Tool later. Let's talk about that in an hour and a half from now when it becomes relevant. And Flipper's locked in the Waterfall Fairy. We have our first sword of the night, out of logic. I'm sure Jex isn't going to complain, though. Although it's very possible Flippers could just be chilling back here in Sahasrar's closet, and that would put that sword right back into logic. Bombs on Zora Ledge, and Jex is done with the Zora area checks. Nothing at all in Sahasrar's closet, besides a heart container. Zempt electing not to get the green pendant information from the Elder. And Jex is going to head towards the front of the castle. Here we go. Zempt has been pushing the early dungeon dives, which just unfortunately, because of the weaponry scenario, hasn't been working out for him. Jex, on the other hand, is going to have the luxury of that sword when dipping Desert, so we'll be able to check that other chest in the back. Now, what Jex picks up next will be a little interesting. We'll have to see if the key shows up here, because if the key does not show up in this chest, then unless a lamp shows up, the rest of the front of castle is out of logic. The key logic in A Link to the Past is weird. It assumes you'll use your keys in the worst possible way. But it is not a key, so the items back here are out of logic. This will be quite interesting. We do know that the map and the key are both elsewhere in the area, as we have not seen them in the sanctuary. I also absolutely just missed what what Zem picked up in that first chest of Eastern. I should probably load my quick playback, shouldn't I? There's the big key, though, so at least the big chest will help us out here. And more missiles in the front of Hyrule Castle. So, it seems that Hyrule Castle was just stockpiling a bunch of explosives, instead of, like, really good weaponry like it does in Breath of the Wild. And chat's saying first chest of Eastern was a map. Thank you, chat. So that means all three items in Eastern are still unaccounted for, and definitely one of them is lamp-locked. One or both of them. Two of them are lamp-locked. Wow! This is one of the most weirdest barren starts I've ever seen. And there's the map in Hyrule Castle, so that's it for the dungeon for the castle dive, technically. And 50 rupees in the big chest of Eastern. So we've got an item on Armos and an item in the vanilla big key chest, both lamp-locked in this in the combo randomizer, because in the combo randomizer, the fire rod is not a valid light source for dark rooms with torches, unlike in A Link to the Past randomizer. One thing that we will see that is a quality of life improvement as Jax goes to check Dark Cross, however, is that in version 11.1, there will be a small light cone generated temporarily upon opening of the chest in Dark Cross, which will allow the audience at home to see the item. But yeah, we may be looking at a stacked back of escape here if we can find if we can find a glove. Also, chat brings up an interesting point. Jex death warped while he had the mirror.
Charging battery.
But, yeah, there is just nothing to report on here as we start things off. At this point, it's starting to get closer and closer to a vanilla. Sorry about that, folks. I suddenly just disappeared from the commentary Discord. Not sure what that was about. But we're back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Right now, going back into what we just saw, Jex picked up the key in the back of Escape, so logically that is lamp locked, so that means the glove has to show up before the lamp because, well, actually, no, it just means the lamp has to show up. But yeah, Jex, with this out-of-logic play, is going to be able to check the back of Escape here. Hopefully we'll be able to find something to move this seat along. Jex finds our first energy tank of the night, some sticks, and a jackpot of cash. Absolutely, well, the cash is nice, but absolutely nothing else of significant value. At this point, folks, we are looking at progression on Morph Ball. Although, I don't think Zempt checked Agina's cave when he was in Desert. If he did, I wasn't looking. And chat corrected me, there was an E-tank in the well, so that's actually 2 energy tanks we now know about. Unfortunately, energy tanks aren't going to be really that relevant this at any point in the game besides the ending, because various suitless hell runs are not expected in the normal difficulty. I wouldn't be surprised if that bomb Jex placed was initially meant for Sahasrahla. And it looks like Zempt is turning around to check Agina's cave, and hopefully check that second chest of Desert, because that's basically, those are the last 2 checks in A Link to the Past right now. They're kind of just backpedaling across each other's footsteps, so we're not going to get too much new information for a few minutes here. There we go! Morph Ball was in Agina's cave this whole time. Ooh, that's a nasty spot to stick that for sure. But that opens up Super Metroid, and with those power bomb tanks we've gotten and that space jump, we can finally get places. 10 power bombs going into Blue Brinstar is not too bad. Not to mention with space jump in tow, we can even check Crateria power bombs early. The more Blue Brin you can get out of the way nice and early, the better. Unfortunately for Zempt, yeah, that's gotta be a bit annoying to catch, because that is Zemt's second trip to Desert, because he dipped Desert, ran out of bombs before checking the back of Desert Palace, and then left without checking Agina's cave. But it looks like Jex is going to pretty much last location that Morph Ball as we start things, I say start things off here, but it's already been about 20 minutes, which is a little weird to say considering we're now just finally turning back into Super Metroid with almost no Link to the Past items to make use of immediately. Oh, chat telling me that the first chest of Eastern was a nickel, so that actually means that there is a, nothing on Armos Knights besides the crystal, so we can come back to that with Bow and maybe the lamp. These runners don't need lamp for any dark rooms, as evidenced by Jex's out-of-logic dive through Dark Cross. Heart piece in the front of Gauntlet, but 2 items in the back that Zempt is going to take the gamble and go check with only 111 energy. This is not an easy check, because there are no resistance buffs given to you by Power Suit. And that acid drains your health like nothing else. You see just a tiny stub toe, and 3 health went down. Not counting the 17 from the previous dip. What do we got? Back of Gauntlet. We have a hammer. We can finally hit stuff in A Link to the Past, by logic. But Hammer and Moon Pearl are fantastic, because now that is 2 out of the 3 pieces of the Dark World puzzle, and we finally, we see another energy tank for Zempt, and he's going to be very happy to see that health refill. But at this point, we're probably going to end up staying in Super Metroid for some time here, given that there really is nothing else we can do in A Link to the Past. Hammer is nice, but it's just a weapon right now, until we find either a glove or a sword and a lamp to put Aga 1 into logic, or 2 swords and a lamp, or a sword, lamp, and a cape. But we're still way off from that, so let's not worry too much about that yet. Green Rupee underneath Speed Booster Bridge, 1 of 2 in the pool. And the items in this room are locked by speed boosters, so we got a power bomb, an energy tank, and a heart piece, so no need to worry about missing out on speed booster for stuff just yet. We do also need to see if early supers is relevant, because that too is locked by speed booster. And while not logically unlocking anything, it is a very useful item. Charge Beam is speed locked. We can't check Hype Cave because we still need a glove to lift up the rock near the portal. Yeah, one way or another, you absolutely need glove. But we now have charge and, yeah, actually, charge is our only beam for, Super Metroid, so yeah, we're still kind of, charge is nice, but by itself, it's not going to add too much power to the beam. We get some money on top of the Etikun pit. Zemp did not pick up the money in back of Escape, so we'll want that cash later when Zora comes into play. And Jex is about ready to pick up that Morph Ball. And is visibly frustrated. I would be too, given that it's been 26 minutes and I just finally got some logical progression to play with. But it looks like Jex is not going to leave right away, is going to go ahead and finish checking Desert. We'll have an easier time getting that second item in the back. Zemp does know he needs to go back there eventually to pick up the crystal. It is locked out by a fire source and a glove. Now Zemp is going to go ahead and start clearing out Big Pink here. Starts out with a heart piece, nothing too special. Although the early heart pieces are nice, given that we may be actually closing in on Dark World access fairly soon. Dealing with Dark World enemies with less than 7 hearts in green mail is not exactly a pleasant time. And there is our first logical sword there in the Mission Impossible. So both runners now packing a sword. So not really in your best interest to Bryn skip today by the looks of things, as charge and a sword are two very valuable items. Zempt nails the Spore Spawn skip. And we will now see what the last item was here in the back of Desert Palace. And it was just a pack of supers, so I think the term is never punished. So Zempt catches a lucky break there. Zempt is also having some minor health issues. The enemies have been kind of bullying him a little bit. But finally, Jex is going to head on over to Super Metroid and join Zempt. See if he chooses to go straight to Vanilla Morph Ball or decides to follow the footsteps of Zempt and go into Big Pink. Looks like he's going to start with checking Criteria, Power Bombs, and probably Gauntlet. This is definitely, we know this is the good play because it'll give Hammer. So Jex is going to be Jex isn't going to be too far behind the bandwagon just yet. First Note Tank of the evening here in Wavegate, so that's not going to be leading to any logical snafus later. Alright, Power Bomb's a charge beam, and Missiles Undercharge gives us another heart piece. We're still really only being spoon-fed progression here. We're getting a lot of Super Metroid ammunition in particular. We've got now 20 Power Bombs, which is fantastic. It's enough to finish the game without Ice Beam. Should our runners decide to do Iceless Torian. And Zemt getting the wall jump in Green Hill Zone. Very nicely done. Oh, Zemt just got bullied by those side hoppers. Watch out. Those do 80 damage on power suits, so you do not want to take a death to that. But I'm sure you're going to want to take that energy tank there, Zemt. Thank you for for not scaring the audience at home. But Vanilla Morph Ball was just a missile pack, so still, we're still wondering where the big explosion's going to be. Wow, that's Magic Powder, and with Hammer, Magic Bat is in Logic. So we could very well have our next progression on Magic Bat here. We get some more energy tanks here in the back of Retro Brinstar, so we're looking pretty solid on health at this point. If this were a hard mode seed, we can do Bubble Mountain. Now, thanks to the Morph Ball and Power Bombs, our runners do now have Death Mountain access, and with Mirror, they can dip Tower of Hera, and furthermore, with Hammer, they can check out East Death Mountain. And welcome to Billy May's Red Rupee Emporium. We offer red rupees, but wait, there's more. Specifically, more red rupees. Jack's picking up that hammer. And Jack's got it kind of close, but almost missing hammer there. Squeezes it out though. So yeah, we have a few items on the we have a few items we can go get now, thanks to East Death Mountain being open. East Death Mountain having a nice plethora of 8 checks. Paradox Cave and Spiral Cave. But unfortunately, we still cannot properly... We may be able to clear Tower of Hera if it doesn't need Lamp. But Hera's a pendant. So I'm not sure how comfortable our runners are going to feel going into that with to go into Pendant Hera without Lamp. But we'll see. We've already seen this seed pulling some strange things today. And Zemt is now going to check 230 missiles, aptly named because that's the missile count you get by 100% in this route. Jack's very happy to see that charge beam, no doubt. Let's see where Zemt decides to go next out of this. I would not be surprised if we do, in fact, have progression on Magic Bat at this point. But Zem's first stop is going to go ahead and check Bomb Torizo. And it's our first glove, folks. We have Logical Dark World access at 3350, and we could have had that for a really long time, actually. But that does give Zemt plenty of options to play with now. Let's see what the next play is. Looks like it's going to be a save to rearm and then probably Red Tower if I hazard a guess. Grapple Beam does put Wreck Ship into Logic, but not the whole piece of it. We still technically... Space Jump puts Spiky Room of Death into Logic, but we can't check Wreck Ship Reserve without Speed Booster. Actually, that's really the only thing we can't check in Wreck Ship. Just about everything else is pretty much good to go. So I wouldn't be surprised if Zemt actually decides to just go for a Wreck Ship play here, because that looks like to be what he's doing, is at least checking the moat first. And yep, he's turning around and doing Red Tower. Oh, Zemt does actually not have Grapple Beam, so yeah, this is going to be a, this is going to be Red Tower for sure. Space Jump would still have been enough to give Zempt wreck ship access anyway. Alright, Jack's about to get Master Sword here. And meanwhile, Red Tower starts by giving us even more money that we really don't need at this point. Actually, Zempt could probably use a little extra cash, but Jex has already picked up that 300 from Back of Escape. So, no need to worry about that. And Alpha Power Bombs has for us Spazer. Immediately followed by Wave, so we have got basically besides Ice, the best possible non-plasma beam combo you can get. Very nice power boost there for Zempt. It's not often you get 2 beams in Alpha Power Bombs. Unfortunately, Wave and Spazer, while both nice, don't really give us anything else to work with still. They're really just good for power buffs. But with Space Jump in tow, Zem should have fairly little difficulty navigating to X-Ray. Getting a little bit bullied by the enemies, but gets through with still plenty of energy to spare. And is rewarded with a heart container. Not worth at this point. Now we're starting to get pretty solid on health all around. A mail upgrade would be nice, though, I'm sure. Ooh, Jack's being a little gutsy here, ignoring that reserve tank. Alright, Zempt is going to continue descending Red Tower. Let's see what's next on the playlist here. And it's gonna be Spazer. Ooh, Zemt's gonna attempt the crumple block jump here. Doesn't quite get it. Manages to jump over the claw gripper, though. And Spazer has for us even more missiles. We're looking solid on ammo at this point. We almost have enough. We actually do have just about enough ammo to kill Ridley. Jex does, at least. Zem's missing out on a few super packs. Some of which I believe was in Back of Escape. But Zem's next stop is going to be to Kraid. A couple of items that can be picked up here. More importantly, a boss kill. And our first bottle in Kraid's lair. So on the way back to A Link to the Past, we might see a sick kid check before our runners make their way to Village of Outcasts. Or they might just route it in with Village of Outcasts, given they have Mirror. There's Jex's powder. Actually, going back to Kakariko now and doing Village of Outcasts type checks with Dark World access is not a bad idea, given that we can also check Magic Bat, we can check Sick Kid. There's a lot we can do. Our tracker, Professor Renner, making a good point that given in the version 11 of the combo randomizer, all bottles are empty at the start, and all fairy refills are guaranteed green potions. Zempt is going to be taking Kraid to the prom tonight. but it's a very short dance. Didn't even really get past the opening melody. But it's pretty, I would say, worth it. Bombs are pretty nice. But yeah, Zempt is going to draw first blood, our first boss kill at the 40-minute mark. So we got a late boss kill as we kick things off here. But bombs were certainly going to make power bomb efficiency a lot easier. And it's another alternative can't fly, although I don't think with space jump that's going to be really a big issue. It's really more of a convenience item than anything else. And on top of that, we get the mushroom. So we got 2 fetch quest items now suddenly. Well, technically 3 if you add that bottle, so really this was the Kraid's layer of fetch quests. Zempt's next stop is Upper Norfair, probably going to head to Death Mountain after checking the high jump area. This makes a lot of sense, given that we have East Death Mountain access, Hera access, kind of, besides the basement. But there is a Varia suit in the high jump, and followed by a wavy coin. Wow, suddenly things are just coming around after the slow start we had earlier. But Jax is going to go ahead and check Shaft Supers for us, which is money. Not significantly important right now, but that's Quake for Zempt, so that's a potentially important medallion right off the map. Croc Escape having a red rupee, so we're finding a lot more of those. But Zempt is going to exit the I'm blanking on what this room is called. It's not the shopping mall. The dark shopping mall is Dark World near Ice Palace. But we're gonna get a business center. Thank you, chat. There's the other green rupee sunken in the lava. So we now have both of our green rupees, the cathedral and the Actually, did we see the other green rupee? I might be thinking of something else I was watching earlier. But Zempt is going to continue this Upper Norfair dive and is going to get the flute in Bubble Mountain. That is an excellent backup plan for getting to Lower Norfair. And it looks like Upper Norfair Bubble Mount Reserve has bombs and a heart piece. Nothing we're looking for, but I'm sure Zempt is going to be very happy to see that flute, not just for the sake of being able to go fast in Link to the Past. Kind of. I am fully aware of what I have just said. But rhymes aside, Zempt is going to continue the Bubble Mountain dive. And let's see what Jex decides to do. If he's going to take the space jump and grapple to Rex ship and clear that place out. Zempt's next port of call, Speed Booster. We'll see if Speed Booster has is vanilla. It was close too. There was an item up top a couple of weeks ago. But it's just a pair of missiles. Luckily, without speed booster, the lava trap here doesn't activate, and you really don't have to press and hold the B button to yeet. And if the sound effects are anything to go by, Jex is heading to wreck ship. So we're going to get some interesting divergence and new information from both of our runners here. Under the sea, we've got red rupees. Again. And Zempt is going to go to Wave Beam. Which has yet another red rupee. I'm pretty sure that's like the... I'm pretty sure we're at like way over 10 big 20s now. But yeah, runners deciding to delay A Link to the Past despite the Death Mountain access. Although, to be fair, being able to just about full clear wreck ship and a good chunk of Norfair is not a bad idea. Especially since with 60 tanks, even suitless Fantoon is a little less troublesome. And Spooky Missiles is giving a free energy refill right in time for Fantoon. Yeah, now we're starting to get pretty healthy and pretty strong with our ammo. At least for Super Metroid. Now, the big elephant in the room, or the big fish in the room, I should say, is going to be King Zora, because that glove does put King Zora in logic, so... Will King Zora have any extra progression for us? We shall see. But it looks like Zempt is going to bet on... Well, I thought he was going to bet on Croc, but, guess not. Guess he's just picking up the big 20 and noping right on out. Looks like Jex has, because he is elected to not go down to Red Tower, does not have Wave or Spazer for this Fantoon fight, and has also enraged Fantoon by shooting a super missile. While supers do double damage, it causes this, where you're basically sitting and dodging fireballs for about 20 seconds or so. Zempt is electing to do an out-of-logic rescue of the old man in Death Mountain. Looks like he's picked up the old man, now just needs to get out. And the old man has for us... a single arrow of destiny. Well, so far, all of our lamp lock specific checks have been pretty garbage. The Bibnell Big Key Chest in Eastern didn't have anything. Back of Escape didn't have anything. And Jex is slowly but surely winning the battle against Fantoon, but is coming under a lot of fire here. Even with that energy refill right in time for the fight. He's looking red for a super missile KO right about now, and that will do it. Off to the Dark World for Zempt. And we get our Dark World map check. Our remaining pendants are in Mire and Swamp, with our 5-6 crystals at Pod and Skull Woods. So the good news is, Pedestal is off the table for a pretty long time. We're missing a few items before we need to start thinking about that. Bad news is, we gotta find Ice Rod. Oh, the green boomerang is the fastest. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Speed Booster on the Ether tablet tonight. So Zempt is going to hope to try and find another sword here as he continues through Tower of Hera. Jex does, Jex does have Master Sword, chat. Yeah, the tracker software has been, acting a little wonky. But there's another bottle in Wreck Ship. And Hera, Moldorm at the very least, is not fire-locked. But there may still be an item in the basement, we shall see. Will Zempt get bailed out by a in-Hera Master Sword? Jeff's gonna play a little safe and take a save here. Don't blame him, considering he's about to do Spiky Room of Death with 189 energy and no suits. No sign of the key, the small key yet, but we've also now seen the map and, never mind, there's an item in the basement. The other sword is in, Waterfall Fairy, actually. Jax picked it up out of logic with a fake flipper. Zempt would like to see another sword in Tower of Hera to get speed booster, but alas, it may be that one will not come to be. Zempt going for hammer strats here on Moldorm. Unfortunately, Moldorm being a little uncooperative, but Zempt gets the finishing blow. For the red boomerang. So we've seen our bloomerang, we've seen our red boomerang, and we know of our green boomerang. But now Zempt has the ability to clear out East Death Mountain here. He is really hoping for a sword here, because Speed Booster would just make his Super Metroid life a lot easier. And given Jex's decision to go to Wreck Ship and not pick up any extra offensive items, Zempt is going to be... the earlier Zempt tries to go for that Speed Booster, the better. The Wreck Ship Attic has for us, as soon as this Gonk Droid moves out of the way, yet another energy tank, which Jex will happily take for yet another energy refill. The energy tanks have been saving our runners a lot tonight. Bloomerang was... it was early. And there's a lamp in Paradox Cave. So the lamp was indeed locked by Morph Ball or Flute. And the rest of Paradox Cave has for us more missiles, red rupee, bombs, hard container missiles in the sky, more missiles, and a swag net. Oh good, we can at least kill Aga too. Jex saw that it was a ammo expansion of some kind in the Missiles of Middle-earth. The Supers of Middle-earth, I should say. I lost count at 5 how many 20s we're at, to be perfectly honest, chat, so... But yeah, Paradox Cave giving us, besides Lamp, not too much of exceptional value. Zemska got a bit of a hell shortage here. And has to clear out Spiral Cave, so this is going to be a little bit of a doozy. Interesting thing of note, we have not found any projectile weapons yet. Despite hitting almost the 1 hour mark. Spiral Cave gives us another energy tank. I'm sure Zempt would have liked the Sank Heart instead, but it is going to be a save and quit, and that will end the Death Mountain dive for Zempt, who elects to stay in A Link to the Past as Jex checks out the wreck ship basement. Which has power bombs. Jex's next stop, though, is to check up Wreck Ship Reserve, elected to not check this back up in the attic. And the Wreck Ship Reserve item today is another shield. So no need to worry. Our speed booster checks have actually come up pretty barren so far. Just 3 hundo and that shield. So I would say we have looked at a get wrecked ship here, ladies and gentlemen. There was absolutely nothing of note in wreck ship besides a boss kill. But Zempt is going to go ahead and start checking out Village of Outcasts. We'll see if he chooses to integrate a pet check here. There are a couple of potential candidates for pedestal right now, including both rods, a medallion, and Pegasus boots. That's about it. And possibly gravity suit. But it looks like Zempt is going to start by checking out the outer half of Skull Woods. He's hoping for a lucky fire rod, I bet. Something to just put that crystal onto his lap. But now Jex is going to make the red tower dive and pick up the pair of beams as well as the flute. Actually, the flute was in Norfair, excuse me. Oh, and Zempt goes down to some baddies. Unfortunately, despite the fact that Sonic dropped all those rings, they are not retrievable. In fact, there really aren't any ring weapons in this game, now that I think about it. Nothing much going on here in Skull Woods yet, but it looks like Zempt has decided to go up from the middle to the front this time around. And a map in the front of Skull Woods here. So yeah, there is just absolutely nothing in this Skull Woods. We're finding a lot of like completely barren spots so far. We had a get wrecked ship, we had a barren escape, we had a barren Eastern. And it's just a slow seed all around here. Oh, there's the Skullwoods big key, so at least that adds one more check we can clear out real fast. Oh, we have a potential vanilla fire rod scenario coming up here. Nope, it's a key. And I think Zem may have forgotten he was out of rings. Out of health. Out of rings. Wrong game. Out of hearts. But yeah, right now all eyes are going to be on Zempt, as he's the only one giving us any new information here. We're now going to get our Village of Outcast and looks like we're going to get a bumper ledge check here as well. And bumper ledge has a third empty bottle. Zempt not really going to go too far out of his way to pick that up at this point. And is electing to take a detour to Graveyard Ledge. We did do a Lumberjack check. Lumberjack has the Ice Beam. So our runners are probably going to skip it tonight. I would. We'll see how Zem decides to route this in, if he's going to route in a mushroom check or turn around and go to... Actually, without hookshot or flippers, trying to route in mushroom is actually pretty darn... Oh, well, I say that, and flippers just happen to show up in Graveyard Ledge. That's actually really good news for Zempt, because Zempt is going to... Once he once he gets back to Village of Outcasts and activates his flute, he's probably going to do the Zora checks, because he never did the fake flipper. So he didn't pick up Grapple Beam. He's going to do the flipper checks, get Master Sword, and be able to pick up Speed Booster off of Ether Tablet. So this is looking fairly solid for Zempt right now. Jack's waiting for the golden opportunity to quick kill Kraid, but unfortunately, Kraid is delivering a very clear objection to wanting to take a dance real quick. So we got a full ballroom here tonight. But it's also a short dance. There's the cape, so if Zempt wanted to go get that bottle, he could. It does put Aga into logic now, but there's really no need for that. Because there can't be anything on Pyramid Ledge that's important anymore. Well, there could be something on Pyramid Ledge, but Aga's not hard required for that anymore. Zempt going to chest game to pick up $100 and $20, so a refund. Master Sword also puts Aga into logic without cape, but those were found pretty much back-to-back, so same time. Oops, Zempt tried to get flute ready, but mirror bonked. Looks like he's going to make a quick pit stop into Thieves Town before doing any of the flippers checks. So it's going to delay his Waterfall Fairy Sword for a bit, but we'll see if that becomes a issue if Thieves Town happens to be loaded. Jex, a little bit behind, but picking up Various Suit now, but Sick Kid had the hook shot. Oh, one of our fetch quests coming up pretty big. With flippers and that hook shot, Pendant Swamp is in logic. So we are suddenly, I was saying how Pedestal was miles away. We are now only looking for a Cane of Somaria to put that into logic. And possibly a medallion. I think we actually still need mitts now that I think about it. Mitts or gravity suit. But we're not asking for much at this point. Not much going on here in the front of Thieves Town as we start off with the big key. that had to show up at some point. And a heart piece, so only one item. But Jex is now going to start making the Death Mountain plays and pick up the items that Zempt has. The only difference is Jex is going to be able to pick up Speed Booster. So this may influence Jex's decision-making going forward here if he elects to return to Super Metroid and take advantage of that Speed Booster, or if it continues to follow Zempt here and pick up more goodies. So far, we've got 2 items in the back and no sign of the small key. Not that it really matters because our runners have a pretty free hammer today. Alright, Jex getting that single arrow of destiny. We're still not looking so hot for Link to the Past defense right now, and all things considering. We're still running 8 hearts green mail, which is not brilliant at this point. Especially with Zempt getting bullied by this Hellway. Alright, so Jex is going to be pretty happy to pick up Speed Booster in a second here. He's going to get confirmation of our remaining crystal layout. So items still on our to find list. We are still looking for cane, mitts, both rods, and a bow, as well as gravity suit for go mode, and potentially a medallion or 2. So we actually still have quite an extensive shopping list for being 1 hour in. Although, to be fair, our runners were kind of late to getting a lot of outer sphere checks out of the way, courtesy of the late Morph Ball in Nagina's cave. We did see an item in the attic of Thieves Town, so there is only one item left. If it is here, or if it is here, then the small key has locked itself in the big chest. If it is otherwise a non-key, this key is also still locked in the big chest. And indeed, the key is locked in the big chest, so the last item is on blind. An interesting thing of note, though there are only a few in the pool, we have not seen any capacity upgrades, I don't think, for bombs or arrows. Zempt, why would you want to go check the big chest at this point? That was a little weird there. But, yeah, Zempt is going to go fight blind, hopefully follows the script without too much difficulty, doesn't have any spare defensive tools, but does have the cape as a backup. I'm not sure that blind can handle the beach. And, Zempt got a tad bit off script there, but managed to stop blind right in center stage, no less, for a pack of supers. And our first crystal of the night here in A Link to the Past. So while Zempt drew first blood in A Link to the Past with the Moldorm kill, that is our first crystal at 1 hour and 9 minutes. And now Zempt is going to begin the rest of the Village of Outcast checks. It's going to start with what looks to be Magic Bat. We've already had the bottle turn up something good, and we had access to Magic Bat for some time with Hammer on Gauntlet, back of Gauntlet, and Powder also fairly early in Blue Brinstar, in Brinstar. And we are cursed with just a heart piece. Jex is getting that Dark World map check and might be on the way to Hype Cave here. But yeah, Zemt has a few things he can do with his current equipment. With his current equipment, he could full clear Swamp Palace. Might just make their way down there. But Hype Cave has for us tonight a Heart Container, Heart Piece, our first Arrow Cap upgrade of the night, the Fire Rod, and a Heart Piece. There we go, now we're getting somewhere. Zemt is going to pick that up pretty soon. But Fire Rod, that's pretty hype, because that gives us Skull Woods, that gives us... well, it's one of the two things we're going to need for Turtle Rock. But Fire Rod is pretty good, so that's going to... I'd say 5 out of 10 at best. The fact that because the other 4 items are kind of useless at this point, although the extra health isn't too bad either, so I'm actually going to raise that to a 5.5. Dig Game had for us Power Bombs, and Zemt will check Stumpy after K45. Jex has been basically playing follow the leader here with Zemt, and as a result has not really had any opportunities to pull ahead here. And Jex is also not going up, so we'll not be checking Pedestal right off the bat, but with Mirror in tow following Skull Woods, we most likely will see a ped check then, my favorite post-Skull Woods activity. Heart Container in K45, so Zemt is at least getting a little extra health as well, with Stumpy giving us yet another big 20. Starting to think we're running out of big 20s in this item pool. Alright, Zemt's next stop is Hype Cave, is going to pick up that Fire Rod, probably be mildly frustrated that he has to now turn around and go back to Skull Woods. He's also going to get a nice health up too. So we'll see how Zemt decides to turn this around after this. Yeah, right now, given that we've now already seen a good chunk of Norfair and Wreck Ship, that since it's a Get Wreck Ship, I'm starting to think Swamp Palace may be the play here. We could, of course, check Pot if it's not bow locked, but we can't beat the bus without a bow. We could, of course, do Pyramid Catfish, which looks like that's what Zemt is going to do first. See if Catfish decides to peek in here along the way. In fact, Zemt could route this into the Zora area, and this would give Zemt Master Sword as well, so this could add a couple of things on Zemt's to-do list. So this is going to route out fairly well for Zemt at the moment. But it looks like Zemt is going to just quickly route in a mushroom turn-in. And what does our next fetch quest item have for us tonight? Our first bomb capacity upgrade of the evening. But Zemt is also going to grab a blue potion real quick, just to be on the safe side. Maybe to potion glitch pot if need be. But what does Catfish have for us this evening? Catfish has always been a strange 50-50. Sometimes he's really good, sometimes he's just worthless. I have seen Titan's mitts on Catfish before. And Catfish has yet another big 20. And Zem says, nope, I'm gonna go mirror and grab that sword. So that's access to Speed Booster for Zempt, and we do have Bombos Tablet access as well. We'll see when the Zempt decides to route that in. He does have to return to Desert eventually, and can now clear it, courtesy of that lamp. Actually, wait a minute, time out for a second. I just realized Desert is boots locked. We found an item in the last chest of Desert Palace. So yeah, I take that back. We're looking for boots. And those could be anywhere. Not as bad as Ice Rod, but they could still be just about anywhere. Ooh, Cana Samaria, folks. That's starting to make things look good for Pedestal here. We are just looking for Titan's mitts and possibly a medallion. That's it. I would not be surprised to see, I'm just going back up the mountain, probably to grab Speed Booster. I absolutely understand this play. Maybe Zempt is thinking about heading back to Super Metroid. Unless he just values the Speed Booster that much, which I would, because anything on Gotta Go Fast is, sort of the name of the game when it comes to Sonic. I'm looking for a fairy drop here to get a health refill, but didn't quite get it. But yeah, we could very well be looking at a ped seed here. Pendant Swamp is full clearable, so we've had access to that ever since Zem checked Graveyard Ledge. Which Jex has not done yet. We'll see when Jex decides to route that in, because it is going to be required one way or another for Ice Palace. Unless he chooses to fake Flipper. And Zem may actually just go ahead and check Spike Cave real quick here, courtesy of that cape, and that is exactly what he's going to do. Not a bad call. Chad brings up a good point. There is an item in Hera Basement, and Zem did not check it despite packing Fire Rod. Lamp or Fire Rod works for Hera Basement. Fire Rod just doesn't work on rooms with dark rooms with torches in the combo randomizer for logic. But it looks like Jex is making the trip to Graveyard Ledge, so luckily won't be too far behind with those flippers. We'll see if he decides to route this into a earlier swamp play, but Zempt is going to go ahead and get wrecked at the wrecked ship. Because as we do know, there is absolutely nothing of significant value in here. The only difference is Zempt is going to be able to check Wreck Ship Reserved, which is pointless anyway, because I think it was just, cash. It was either cash or supers. Either way, it wasn't important. A shield, that's right. And at this point, Zempt's already killed Blind, which is probably one of the best uses of Fire Shield next to the Mire Medusas, so... I'm not sure Zempt's going to pick that up. Excuse me for one moment, folks. Alrighty, I see that Zempt is now fighting Fantoon here, not having nearly as much trouble as Jax, especially since that various suit does significant damage reduction against the fire, because it is considered environmental damage, which in specifically the randomizer of the Varia does a heck of a good job at protecting against. Pretty quick Fantoon fight, all things considering, for Zempt. But now Zempt is going to spend about 10 minutes scooting around the wreck ship and getting absolutely nothing to show for it, unfortunately. And chat saying we got a fast, fast, fast pattern out of Fantoon. It's not too often you see that every day. Sure, Zempt is going to take every blessing he's given. But we have not yet seen the back of Skull Woods. Jax is going to be the first one to provide that information to us. Did Zempt just waltz by the bottle? Sorry, I need to take a quick double take on my playback, but I double took for a split second. Yeah, Zempt skipped the bottle. Fascinating call. I would have picked that up. There's virtually no fanfare. That's our third bottle, actually. I remember there's been a second bottle someplace else. So that's our third bottle. Our third known bottle, but hey, we're getting that ped check from Jex, so get your ped hype in chat. There's a lot that could be on here. Ladies and gentlemen, your magic power has been doubled. It is half magic on the pedestal, but it's useless for this seed, so it's a ped's dead. Well, half magic's a nice unique item at the very least, but not really what we're looking for. I'm still banking on progression being in Pendant Swamp at this point. We've had access to it for a solid 15 minutes or so. I'm actually really surprised Zempt decided to go to Wreck Ship instead of check that. First item in Skull Woods, I think, and it's supers. So yes, at this time, we are still currently looking for a Gravity Suit, Bow, Ice Rod, Pegasus Boots, Titan's Mitts, and potentially Medallions. Now, with Skull Woods and Pod being our 5-6 crystals, we need a bow to put Pyramid Fairy in the logic, unfortunately. For some reason, that powder didn't connect with the bunny bean. Yeah, the bunny sprite is a Metroid. It is pretty hilarious. Although, if there's actually two different Samus sprites, there's a in-suit Samus and the zero-suit Samus. The in-suit Samus bunny sprite is just zero-suit Samus, ironically. Oh, Jex is getting absolutely totaled by Mothula. Oof. That has to have hurt. Jex got absolutely pulverized there. I think he's just taking a minute to process. I lost how much health that fast? But Jex is choosing to save and quit and go up to Death Mountain. I'm very confused by this play. I don't understand why he's just not going to kill Mothula again. This, is going back to Super Metroid. I guess he's just gonna go and clear up our Norfair and Bubble Mountain, but yeah, I'm puzzled by this decision here. Especially since you have 11 hearts max with Green Mail. You could have easily fluted to... Actually, no, Jex still hasn't picked up Flute yet, has he? Yeah, Jex is actually on the road to Flute now, because it's here in Upper Norfair. We are on normal difficulty tonight. Oh, there's a sword in Ice Beam. Jex is going to take that. It's been a very slow start here, Big Box. We currently only have... We're missing quite a few items for Goma. We're still missing a bow, ice rod, boots, gloves, because Desert's boots locked, and potentially medallions. And we've had a pretty slow start. Like, our first progression was Morph Ball, and it was in a Genis cave. Like, our first ability to open a sphere up was Morph Ball. We've got a couple items along the way, like Mirror and Moon Pearl, but that was about it. But yeah, Zempt is done getting wrecked. And I think Zempt has to go back to A Link to the Past at this point. There really isn't much else he can do. Yeah, don't know why the runner command's not working, but if you haven't already, please give both of these runners a follow. They're putting on a fantastic show for you here tonight, not to mention putting up with this clunker of a seed, as it appears to be developing into very quickly. And it looks like we're going to have Jex bet on Croc here. Which we've had access to for some time. Speed Booster was on Ether Tablet. And of course, first thing you see is 10 sticks. I wouldn't be surprised if Jex is maybe thinking of stuff like Croc, Waterway. Jex might be thinking about the Speed Booster checks, and that may be what incentivized him to go back to Super Metroid instead of fight Moth. But yeah, Zempt is going to get the cash out of Shaft Supers here. Yes, normal does allow Waterway without gravity. There's just enough room to get a Shine Spark without it. Well, we will see if the decision to bet on Croc was worth it today. think Zem's tiles got mildly cosmetically screwed up a little bit because he moonfalled so fast. Nice little cosmetic quirk there. Looks like Jax is going to farm for some missiles. Because, yeah, Super's count is really low right now. Zemt has also not returned to, Zemt has not returned to Link to the Past either. I think might be thinking about going to Croc. Yeah, Zemt is actually, no, Zemt is going to Waterway. Yes, Jex has checked Ice Beam. It was a sword. Zemt hasn't, though, but might come that way if he chooses to bet on Croc later. Which, so far, it's not panning out so well. But yeah, it looks like Zemt is just going to go ahead and get Waterway done now, since there really is no better time like the present to do it. And it's just for some more supers, which Zemt elects to reset out of. Because, yeah, I think his last save was a cross-game transition, so that'll put him back at the ship. And there's Ether in Croc's lair, so there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. That could be required. Ah, but that's an even better reward. There's Plasma. So, good stuff. Not anything immediately useful. But that Ether Medallion especially could come in handy later. Zemt is about to go get Grapple off of Bridge Guy. But Meridia still hopefully out of play due to a lack of Gravity Suit. Which, I'm telling ya, it's in Pendant Swamp. Because we've had access to that for a solid 30 minutes now. The keys were practically right next to each other. The flippers were on Graveyard Ledge, the mirror was super early, and Hookshot was on Sick Kid. We do have Charge. Charge was in it was in Speed Booster Supers. Early Supers. But Zemt is going to Swamp. Maybe just routing in Bombo's tablet real quick, but nope, I think this is a Swamp play. And I agree with this, because there's 6 items in here. Yeah, it's a pendant, but this is where the density is. You're missing a lot of items. If you can find even just one, that would be nice. Like, a bow here would put Pyramid Fairy in logic. Jack seeing that green rupee out of the cathedral. Alright, Swamp Palace. 6 items up for grabs in this dungeon. And with Cane in hand, the Diver Down glitch will be easy peasy. Good thing it's not the Halloween festive mode that was earlier demonstrated earlier this week for A Link to the Past. Not earlier this week, late last week. Quite a good time. And we are indeed seeing the Zem pick up the small key. Is electing to do this the intended way. Oh wait, that's the wrong side of the dungeon. Never mind. I'm very curious to know, I'm not sure how Randomizer is doing, but I'm very curious to know how the key sanity is coming along. Yeah, there's another red rupee. Oh wait, that's grapple, we saw that. Not grapple, wave, excuse me. Grapple's croc. So yeah, Jex is moving things along here with Norfair, but still won't be able to make any new checks that Zempt hasn't already. Both of their Super Metroid trackers have actually been pretty identically lit for a solid little over half an hour at this point. And Zempt is setting up for the diver down glitch using bomb strats this time. Unfortunately, that Style Child is kind of being a pain in the backside. But performs the setup, no problem. And Jex is going to farm again for some additional super missiles. Zempt has got to be a little careful here. He's definitely down to low HP. And Zempt is electing to go to someplace you almost never see anybody do and go down in Left Side Swamp to get a health refill. Which I think probably saved him from certain death, if not extreme discomfort. Left Side Swamp has a compass and a pack of missiles. So, nothing in Left Side Swamp today. One thing that Zempt did not get to do is zip down Frog Speedway here that Jex did, but Jex is now going to return to A Link to the Past. Probably go to Swamp, because that really is the only thing you can do at this point, besides check Tower of Hera. Which he's still not doing. Alright, the sunken chests in Swamp. We're going to see another version of Diver Down done by Kane. Is this something we can work with? Nope, it's more sticks. Nope, it's more missiles. Alright, Jex is now going to go ahead and activate that flute. Never get tired of the Link to the Past National Anthem releasing the Swag Duck. But still nothing going on here in Swamp. We're down to just Argus and the big chest. Although I think the big key may very well be locked in the big chest here tonight. We'll see how Argus plays out. I'm going to be very surprised if Pendant Swamp is not the answer, because if Pendant Swamp is not the answer, our answer is a Bowless Pod or Hera Basement or Bombos Tablet or Desert. But yeah, we are really starting to run out of checks here. And yeah, because Gravity Suit is locking out a whole lot right now. Jax thought about it for a second before heading to go turn in the mushroom. Unfortunately, Zempt has a bit of a magic shortage, so had to do a few extra spins to take down Argus, but gets, for the trouble, the big key. The last item is in the big chest. Because I do believe we have seen the map and compass at this point. If the Argus has the big key, the best thing to do is just wait for the dungeon to kick you out and then go check the big chest. And he's going for it. So we will get the last item. Alright, Jex has fluted to 8. Might be going to check Zora. We already know, and actually, for that moment, for that matter, that's important because Zora's Cane of Samaria, so that's actually good news for Jex. And there's the 4th bottle in the Swamp Big Chest. Yeah, so Zora, in a rare change of events, was not a scam tonight. Very much required for a Cane of Samaria. We're gonna get a Bombos tablet from check from Zempt, who will probably route this back into Desert. But yeah, Swamp was barren. Pendant Swamp. This is not something I'm used to seeing, I gotta tell ya. Oh, and there's our last sword on the Bombos tablet, so both runners are going to be very comfortably packing Tempered, and Jex is not happy about that cane. The worst thing is that in Jex's case right now, that cane does not do any favors. We could very well have a bow and pod scenario, but we haven't seen the rest of Desert yet. So we were not able to see what was on Land Molus previously due to a lack of fire source, but that is no longer an issue now. And Jex is looking to be heading back to defeat Mothula. The last sword was on Bombos tablet, to answer a question in chat. But I just also realized we still can't get to Land Molus because we kind of don't have Pegasus boots. There's kind of a big key on the torch. So yeah, at this time we are still looking for several items for Go mode. We are still looking for mitts, bow, ice rod, and Pegasus boots. And possibly the Bombos medallion, but that's still a big fat question mark. Nobody has dipped pod yet because there hasn't been any sign of a bow. We've seen one item in Skull Woods, and that was the super missiles. Jex tried to fight Mothula before, but took a death and then decided to go and do speed booster checks. And go to Croc. Which, to be fair, now gives Jex a tempered sword. So the Mothula fight should be a tad bit more bearable. We do know that Pedestal is half magic tonight. But our runners will not be going out of their way for that. So we're actually seeing our runners kind of meet up a little bit here, but Zempt has got way more checks under his belt at this point. Having completely cleared out Swamp and most of Hera. We still have not seen Hera Basement at this point. We have Smith's chain. We actually cannot do Smith chain or hammer pegs without Titan's mitts. So we're still missing some handwear for that. And Jex deciding to just improvise with the cape, and Mothula drops a pack of bombs. So that will be Jex's second crystal, with Zempt soon to follow. So at this point, we're down to Hera Basement, Bolus Pod, and that's about it. Yeah, runners are being really determined to just not dip those two dungeons. And Jex has not dipped Hera at all. And I can understand why, because it is a pendant. It only has a couple of items to play with, but at this point, you're running out of checks, and you're about to potentially last location your next step in the chain here. I don't know why Jex is still checking stuff in Skull Woods. That was both items. Unless he's just trying to get out. Yeah, he's trying to get out. But Zempt is just gonna not deal with that and check Ped. Yeah, I don't know why Jex is still making checks. He's found both items. Yeah, Mothula doesn't take damage when he's hit into any of the spikes. And I think including the moving ones. No, neither of the runners have Titan's mitts yet. You would think at this point we're really running out of checks for everything, so Zempt is returning to Super Metroid. He might be heading to Croc. Chat brings up a good point. Jex hasn't gotten Hookshot yet. That was on Sick Kid. That's a surprisingly easy check to make, but also an easy one to miss if you forget about it. But yeah, Jex must be miscounting his keys, because he's found both items. Also, not using, well, maybe going for an intentional health refill, but that's Butter Sword for Zempt. So yeah, right now I would definitely say Zempt has the advantage at the moment, but it really just comes down to who gets their next progression first, and where is it? We cannot check Hookshot Cave without Titan's Mitts. Any Dark Death Mountain checks are locked by Titan's Mitts, besides Spike Cave. So yeah, our biggest handicap right now is Titan's Mitts. Once our runners find Titan's Mitts, that's going to explode the seed wide open. But it looks like Jex walked right by Hookshot, so Jex could be a while. Shovel rental is 80 rupees. I have all day. He really does have all day. Time really doesn't progress in A Link to the Past. For that matter, they never added a day-night cycle in A Link Between Worlds either. I'm kind of surprised they didn't. Nah, I don't count Low World as night. Just cloudy. But Yeah, Zempt is going to get, Jax found something here that was interesting. Zempt is going to get Plasma Beam and, Ether here. Alright, so yeah, we're seeing a bit more, step retracing here as, our runners are just trying to answer the question, where are my Titan's mitts? Or where is that bow, but... We have not seen both gloves. We are still missing... Excuse me. Sorry, folks. Yeah, no, we have not seen Titan's mitts yet. We've only seen one glove, and that was in, if I'm not mistaken, Retro Brinstar somewhere. Bomb Terizo, that was it. So let's see where Zem decides to go from here. I didn't see if Zem picked up Ether. But looks like Jex might be going to Hera. We turned in Mushroom, which was a bomb capacity upgrade. But we are finally going to get to see the rest of Tower of... we're probably finally going to get to see Hera Basement after over an hour of being able... After over almost 90 minutes, actually, of being able to access this. Because Hera was only locked by... With the lamp on East Death Mountain, it was only locked by that lamp, the glove... Not the glove, the lamp, the mirror, and the morph ball. And of course, that's the hammer and sword, hammer or sword. Actually, no, specifically the hammer, because the hammer gets you to EDM. But Zempt is going for Hera Basement. Yeah, we might be seeing Hera Basement here. If it's not Hera Basement, it's in a bowless pod. So we got a minute here, folks. But yeah, this is definitely gonna annoy both of our runners with no doubt. Alright, Jex versus Moldorm. Moldorm hasn't been too trolly to our runners yet, but I don't know, Jex might have a bad day if Moldorm has his way. Ooh, Moldorm almost did have his way there. And Hera Basement is a big 20, folks. Our progression is in a bowless pod. We have not seen Gravity Suit yet. Alright, folks, after 2 hours, we're finally going to see what our next piece of progression is. Is literally all of our progression just chilling here in Pod, or is there more to this than meets the eye? Either way, actually, come to think about it, I think Pod could still be a forced double dip, actually, so never mind. I was about to say, I thought for a second I was going to say Bo has to be in here, but it doesn't have to be in here. We are absolutely positive this isn't hard logic. But yep, Jex is also going for Hera Basement and is going to get the bad news that it is not the answer. Once we do get Gravity Suit, though, Meridia is full clearable, so there could be a ton of stuff in some bad spots here. We could have Bow on Plasma. What do we even have here? Pod's not Bow locked, so that's the best news. That would have led to some real logical snafu if it was. And it looks like Zem did in fact pick up Ether. Yeah, Pod couldn't have been Bow locked, but it's not guaranteed that Bow itself is in here. We're getting nothing but keys, which is good, so it's letting Zem keep checking stuff until we eventually find something we can work with. That was just key for a key down there, which I think means that both of these checks are items. Unless I've got my key logic misguided. Oh my, we're going to the Dark Maze. Nothing but missiles. Yeah, this is a frustrating seed for our runners, absolutely. I mean, it's possible somebody gambled Pod and ended up getting whatever it is they needed in here, but unfortunately, that is not what is happening from our runners on Restream tonight. Oh, and the big key is on the other side of the dungeon to add insult to injury. Zempt has not burned the potion yet, so absolutely could potion glitch. And we got a vanilla big key just to top it all off. So vanilla big key and the big chest, the Pod big chest, has to have our progression at this point. It literally can't be anywhere else. The absolute worst thing it could be is boots right now. Because that only opens up a couple of checks. It opens up Desert, it opens up Bonk Rocks, and it opens up King's Tomb. That's it. And Zem's gonna potion glitch here. I think Jex is trying to... I'm not sure what Jex was trying to do there. But the progression item can't actually, unless the bow is in the big chest, there can't actually be anything in here. Unless it's deeper in the logic chain. Yep, it's the big chest, alright. And it looks like Jex is finally following suit too, so despite the, sort of slow start that Jex had, just because both of them chose the last location pod, they're about to kind of meet up again. Although it looks like Jex also hasn't done Pyramid Catfish yet, so unfortunately that's an extra diversion. But yeah, both runners at this point absolutely have to be feeling behind. Like, it entirely comes down to what is even in here, because if it's Titan's Mitts, the seed gets exploded wide open. If it's Bow, not as much. If it's Boots, it's worst case scenario, because it's basically looking like a linear seed now. Zem's gonna at least add some flair to this, though, and add a Hammer Yum to the mix tonight. Ooh, doesn't make it over the wall. There we go. It is Titan's Mitts in the pod big chest, which means Pods of Force double dip, by the way. Now, what do we do from here? We either go to Ice, we could go to Dark Death Mountain, we could go to Mire, which it looks like that's what Zempt is doing, and Lower Norfair. And we can, yeah, we could check Dark Death Mountain and hope that Ice Rod is on Laser Bridge or something. I did not see what that medallion is. It is Vanilla Ether, so both runners made a good decision to go to Croc today. Unfortunately, without Boots, we're not going to be able to finish Desert here in Zemt's case, or both runners' case for that matter. But yeah, Titan's Mitts opens up a lot of checks right now, so we suddenly have a chance for either runner to turn this in their favor here on Restream. A checkerboard cave check coming up, and we get a shirt. And given how late it's been and we've been on green mail this whole time, I'm sure Zempt is very happy to see that. But now it is off to go check Big Bird. Right now, the odds of getting into TR is in our favor. We do have 2 medallions. And we could very well have an Ice Rod on Laser Bridge scenario here. Looks like Zem's gonna wait to go check Big Bird's item until after taking them down. Luckily, Plasma Beam makes mincemeat of this fight. Zem's got the Pixel. Up top, we have Rupees in Showcase Showdown and Supers behind the wall. We might see Zempt go all the way to Ridley here. It's certainly in the cards with no need for Gravity Suit to get all the way down there. Assuming you're coming from the Mire side. A nice thing that version 11.1 does add to the to the cross game portal in Lower Norfair is that it also restores the refill room that normally was replaced to make the cross game portal possible. Now a door has been added to serve as that cross game portal instead. But yeah, I'm really surprised our runners haven't. I guess I can kind of understand why they decided to get the bow lock checks out of the way just in case. Just in case like something else important showed up, like Boots or Ice Rod. Because there really isn't any better way to route in the big chest than by checking the bow lock side. Especially when you last location the big chest. But yeah, Zempt is looking pretty good to just chew through lower North Air here. He's got Space Jump, he's got Charged Plasma, plenty of supers. Easy purple Pterodactyl. Alright, Jack's about to get the very bad news that the big chest was the answer for Pod. Yep, they're the frustration slashes. Yeah, I think we can now officially call this seed utter trash. We had Morph Ball in Aginas, Titan's Mitts in a bowless Pod, Pod being a forced double dip, Boots Lock Desert. Yeah, there's just way too much non-good stuff happening today. Power Bombs with Shame, just a lot of cash. And now the next $1 million question is, where is the rest of our stuff? Because we still need Bow, Ice Rod, and Pegasus Boots, and Gravity Suit. So we're still 4 items off from, at least 4 items off from go mode here. But our runners are at least going to be running cozy on Butter Sword, Silverless Ganon, should that need be. Mother Brain also should be pretty easy too with Charge Wave Plasma. Zempt has been getting hammered again on the way to Ridley. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty tight fight for Zempt here. Various Suit does not do a lot to protect against enemy damage. That title goes to Gravity Suit. Oh, gets grabbed before getting the setup for the super pogo. Yeah, Ridley is just being super uncooperative with Zempt. This may result in a, this is going to result in a reserve burn, but he's only got 1 reserve. This may result in a KO here. You can only tank 1 more hit. And Ridley's tail is going out of his world, and that is going to be KO for Zempt. But he chooses to press on. Unfortunately, that is going to result in a ship warp. So it's going to be a long walk for Zempt to get back down there. He's got to go back to A Link to the Past, flute to Mire, and then go back in. Unless Zempt elects to do something else here, like go to Dark Death Mountain. Yeah, Crystal Flashing in the Ridley fight is dangerous, because if Ridley hits you after that, all heck breaks loose. But it looks like Zempt is going to Ice, which honestly, I think this should have been... This probably was the better call to do right after Titans, because you have all the equipment to full clear it. You have Kane so you can do Icebreaker. And Jack's not too happy about Catfish. See where Jex decides to go now. We could very well have our next progression be Gravity Suit for something stupid on Shack Tool. It could very easily happen at this point. But we start with a key in Ice Palace. So right now, all eyes are going to be on Zempt as he performs the Icebreaker glitch to route in a little bit easier of a time here in Ice Palace, slips right on through, and gets rewarded with a bloopy. Too many nickels. No dimes. That wouldn't be a thing until Twilight. Actually, no. Wind Waker. Yellow rupees weren't a thing in the 3D in the N64 games. And our second item in Ice Palace is Supers. And our third item is Bombs, so Ice Palace is not the play. So Zempt is going to just go ahead and run straight to Cold Stare at this point. Jack's now also checking Big Bird. Jax is considerably lower on ammo compared to Zempt, but also has less health. I don't think he picked up any of his reserves. And with that, that is crystal number 2 for Zempt, despite being 213 in. Zempt has not, unless my memory is failing me, he has not done Skull Woods and finished it up yet. Oh, actually, I think he might have, because I see 3 crystals on his pause menu. And one of them is red, so yeah, he's cleared Skull Woods. Alright, looks like Zemt's next port of call is Dark Death Mountain. Dead Rock being annoying there. Could it be on Green Pendant? It absolutely could be on Green Pendant. We have the ability to full clear Mire. That's pretty much the worst thing that can happen right now is Green Pendant leading to a fetch quest. Or to a... Or, Gravity... I think the one thing they don't want to find right now is Gravity Suit. Because then that basically opens up the entire rest of the game. Because Armos doesn't have an item anyway. So the only other bow lock check in the game is a map or compass. And Pet is half magic, so they ain't getting that either. Yeah, Jex deciding to pick up the energy tank this time. And Turtle Rock's medallion of choice is Ether. So we do not need any other medallions. So, double bulk coin, nice, but, well, there's the other key under the mat if you ever needed one. But I don't think they need that. Hey, a red shirt. That'd be pretty nice unless you're in Star Trek. But Hookshot Cave having a couple of convenience items, but not much else. And we are on a hunt for that ice rod too, so Zempt might actually be... He's probably going to at least open Turtle Rock, but he might go in. He might be thinking about making some gambles now, given how hard he last Location Titans Mets. Yeah, the Supersonic Red Mail sprite is pretty cool. And Zempt is going in. He's gambling for Ice Rod on Laser Bridge or something like that. What's actually going to be even worse is if something like Bow or Pegasus Boots are in here and Ice Rod is behind one of those. That actually could be the worst case scenario we have here. In which case, this seed is trash. We already have a forced double dip of Pod. Alright, Jex is next up on the docket for Ridley's to-fight list. Unfortunately, Jex is taking another extended acid bath here, and that's gonna cause some health issues. Zemp, meanwhile, making the way through Turtle Rock, on the way to Vanilla Big Key Chest. Gets a nice bomb refill there. But it looks like Jex is taking the time to farm up real quick just to be absolutely safe. We'll see if Ice Rod is in fact in TR on Laser Bridge, or if it's behind Ridley, in which case Jex is going to have a bit of an advantage here. Again, though, the absolute worst thing they could find right now is Gravity Suit, because that just opens up the whole rest of the game. And just a big 20 in the big key chest, so it's off to the back. And down goes Ridley for Jex. Who has the gravity suit? Gravity suit behind Ridley, ladies and gentlemen. Zempt is going to feel really bad about that when he comes back. But yeah, that is worst case scenario for Jex right now, because that means the remaining progression items could be literally anywhere in Super Metroid. Not to mention, he still has to get out of Norfair into a save station. Or a cross-game portal. And Mimic Cave, 300 rupees. I think that's our last 300 pack of the night. Alright, Zem checking the big chest now, which has more power bombs. If gravity is the one that leads to the rest of our progression, this seed is going to end up being like a super high chain, high sphere logic chain, and it's going to be very, very unfortunate. They full cleared the Get Wrecked ship. It had zilch. Absolutely nothing. Not even like a convenience item. No beams, no suits, no bottle. Oh, I had a bottle, but that's about it. Oh, and I absolutely just blinked and missed what Jex picked up because I was looking at Laser Bridge. Chat's saying it was Ice Rod, though, so... Yikes. So Ice Rod and Gravity Suit behind Ridley. Oh, it's even going to be worse if his bow is back here. Because that's just going to bring Zempt off course. There's the last key. And actually, I think this has to be a map or compass. So, Zempt knows the rest of Laser Bridge is dead. And I think Trinex has a compass too, so, a dungeon item too, so that's all the items in Turtle Rock. But yeah, the advantage has finally, after 2.5 hours almost, gone into Jex's favor. Unfortunately, with his current equipment, he's got a lot on his plate to clear out here. We'll see if Jex decides to go straight to Turtle Rock, or if he decides to go dip Meridia. But yep, Zempt about to prepare for Ridley round 2. Right now, Jex is looking for boots and bow. Yeah, that's it. Silvers are not required, and they have butter swords, so silverless Ganon's not going to be the worst thing in the universe. The advantage will be, yeah, let's see, if Zempt is gonna go try and kill Ridley again, which if he does and gets the same stuff, it's gonna be a matter of where does he go next, because he's actually got Turtle Rock cleared out, so I think actually our remaining progression has to be in Meridia now. It could also be in Pendant Mire. Because our green pendant is there, and it is still on the table. But looks like Jex is going to Meridia. Here we go. Plenty of checks up for grabs here. Oh, and Zempt just fell down the Coliseum. This is going to be a problem. Yeah, that's a reset. He's out. Yeah, this slower Norfair has just not been kind to, Zempt. Yeah, right now I think, the next thing they'd like to see is Screw. Oh yeah, chat brings up a good point. Jax never got hookshot off a sick kid. Oops. And that could not have been a better time for X-ray scope. We get to microwave Dragon now. So, at least you get a convenient X-ray, that's about it. But yep, Zempt going right back for the next take on Ridley. Mama Turtle has for us reserve tank in the air and a red rupee in the wall. Nice Shine Spark by Jax, but he's running a little low on health now. He's going to pick up that energy tank in Crab Super is not a bad call. I absolutely understand this play. Just get the full refill, get everything restored. Not a bad idea. Zem, meanwhile, is having trouble with worst room in the game, even with Space Jump. Uh-oh. Oh, looks like only Jax's stream froze. We'll try to get him back as soon as we can. I don't see a dot forfeit in the SRL, so I don't think it was a game crash. Oh, and Zempt is about to get caught in the cathedral, not cathedral, the Colosseum again. This could be a problem. Ooh, Zempt's in trouble now. Down to 150 HP with reserves. He's gonna have to stop and farm a minute here. Oh, we got Jax back. Not sure if he's picked up anything of note, though. If it was a Link to the Past item, we're not gonna know for a while. Oh, Zempt was in Amphitheater, I'm sorry. Yeah, Colosseum is in Meridia, that's right. Sorry, given we're 2.5 hours in and we're still looking for a lot of stuff, I'm getting my rooms mixed up. And there's the shovel. In the aqueduct. Oh, this is getting good already, folks. We could very well have a bow behind a shovel. Yeah, unfortunately, Jax's stream does appear to be having some stability issues. We'll try. There's unfortunately not much we can actually do to fix that. I'm showing us a little fancy Shine Spark echo glitches there. And folks, I'm sorry, I have to step away for a little more than a minute. I will be back as soon as I can. Alright, my apologies for that, folks, but I do see that Zempt has come out on top over Ridley and has picked up the gravity suit. And I'm sure Zempt is going to be feeling very displeased about picking up this upcoming ice rod here. Alright, Zempt just getting around the Three Stooges now. Doesn't have microwave beam, unfortunately, so has to take the slow route. Unfortunately, yeah. Oh, we just got Jex back. But looks like Jex is going to Dragon. And Cane of Burna, I noticed, was in the, was right before Dragon. Yeah, chose to not pick it up. Jex setting up for the microwave. But I think he might be deciding to just go with electrocution strats. And it looks like the grapple has connected, and down goes Dragon. So that is all of the Super Metroid bosses down for Jex. What is behind Dragon tonight? Just bombs. Okay, so not every Super Metroid boss was relevant to had stuff behind him tonight. So we're unfortunately going to have to wait and see what Zempt picks up on the way through here. But Jex, I think, is going to now go check things like Plasma, Shack Tool. I mean, our remaining stuff could be pretty much anywhere by now. And he's still looking for Hookshot to add to insult to injury here. But we'll know for sure what he picked up when he goes back to A Link to the Past. Or when Zempt goes to pick up the same items. Alright, it looks like Jex is setting up for speed boost. Yeah. That was a red rupee. Let's see, this is Aqueduct he's about to pass over. Let's see what sandpit he comes out of. I don't think he's done sandpits yet if the map is anything to go by, unless he save scummed them. He's going back to left side sandpit, which has the bow. So bow was gravity locked. And that puts us, we are looking now for Pegasus boots for go mode. And that's probably one of the worst go modes you can have right now, given the circumstances. I would bet that Jack saw that, save scummed it, and decided to come back on the way out. Because I noticed in his map that he had none of the sand pits marked on his map, which led me to suspect that, Jax, saw it but left it behind. Unless, hold on. Yeah, he's stopping for a moment. Maybe he just noticed his stream was down. And let's see, it looks like Jex is zipping back up. Might be heading to Plasma Beam. Oh, chat's saying, yeah, he probably didn't see it ahead of time, but, yeah, Jex may have only done right side sandpit and save scum that, and decided to do left sandpit on the way out then. Either way, his left sandpit check was blind. But yep, he's going to Plasma. Is this the icing on the cake? Are Pegasus boots here? Alright, it was a heart piece at Meridia Beach. Unfortunately, this is around where Jex froze, so we're gonna get to now see the watering hole. And Plasma Beam has supers. Oh, well, there's Spring Ball and Watering Hole. The best Morph Ball upgrade. But now the next question is, does Jex decide to run to Shack Tool? Because Shack Tool has had some progression in a seed a couple of weeks ago. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I think I remember Shack Tool having something important. I just can't remember what it was. But yeah, there's the shovel for Zempt. Yeah, there's just been a lot of, I'm pretty sure they're not happy to see that moments in this run tonight. But Jex is not going to Shack Tool. Deciding to nope right on out. Hoping boots are not there. Alright, Zempt is going down left sandpit. Is going to see that bow. So that means, actually, given that Gravity Suit was behind Ridley, your only way in was to double dip Pod, grab Gravity Suit after Ridley, come back here for Bo, and now you can finish. Now you can finish Pod and Eastern. Alright, Jex has gone back into A Link to the Past. I don't think he's picked up Pegasus boots. Yeah, hasn't picked up boots. Alright, but it looks like Jex is going to go ahead and finish off Helmosaur King and kill the Yarmos Knights while he's at it. And just finish up this Neck of the Woods. So now it's going to come down to, does Jex remember to go check Sick Kid, number 1, and number 2, where the heck are those Pegasus boots? And right now, boots, they can't be on Trinex because we've already picked up all the items. Trinex has to have a map or compass at this point. Yes, Pyramid Fairy is now in Logic, courtesy of that bow. Boots could also still be on Sahasrara. Yeah, there's still a lot of very bad... Almost all the remaining locations are pretty bad at this point. But yeah, I think, both of these runners have to be feeling absolutely terrible about, last location in Gravity Suit. I mean, let alone Titan's Mitts, but then it pretty much is just one thing led to another for this seed. To be fair, Norfair was pretty stacked today. And, yep, after some Keiko love, there's going to be some fried shrimp. Almost. Zempt was a few frames too late there. I'm not sure if it's possible for Boots to be on Helmosaur King. I think it is. I think we've seen both dungeon items, so I think Helmosaur is holding an item, but I'm not sure. But yeah, the nice thing about, last locationing everything is you found all these hard pieces and ammunition is that these remaining fights should be a cakewalk. Especially with Red Mail in Hookshot Cave, Zempt should have no trouble dealing with any remaining bosses. Both runners could easily finish off Super Metroid right now if they wanted to. They might end up doing that if they really start struggling to find these last items. Oh, I guess I miscounted my items too. Helmosaur only had a mat. But that's the last 5-6 crystal for Jex, and only the third at 247. Jex could get the ice Eastern and TR crystals now too, if he so chose. Yeah, the only real handicap, actually no, I take that back. Jex is still missing Hookshot, so that's still a problem. Although, to be fair, Really, in this case, you only need Hookshot for Moldorm 2 and for GT in general. Because you can get away without Hookshot and Ice if you know what with a few tricks. And it's possible to skip Moldorm 2 with either a Bomb Bounce or or hovering, which our runners are going to be able to do because boots are guaranteed. But I think we're seeing a Shag Tool from Zempt. Still going right. I'm gonna giggle if this has boots. Because right now, that's the only thing it can have that's relevant. Besides Screw Attack. Although Screw Attack is really just a convenience at this point. Yeah, that's Shag Tool, folks. We're just waiting things one at a time. And Shaq has a heart piece. Oh, Jax got a little bullied by that last Armos Knight, but picks up the next crystal. I see you guys all wishing there was stuff on Shaq, but honestly, right now, the worst case scenario would be Green Pendant. But yeah, Zempt is going to make his way out. Pick up Spring Ball by the looks of things. Jex might be thinking... This is actually gonna... Well, I think Jex was thinking about Swamp for a second, but, he's fluting to Ice? Oh, wait a sec. Spring Ball wasn't in Plasma Beam. It was at, Watering Hole. This was Supers. Thanks for reminding me, chat. Sorry. Didn't catch that right away. But yeah, Jex is gonna go ahead and do Ice. And find absolutely nothing. All the dungeons today besides Pod have been complete trash. Because come to think of it, I think the only progression item we found in a dungeon was the mitts in Pod. That's it. We did settle on an, if Zempt did Skull Woods. He had a 5/6 crystal in his pause menu. But, yeah, right now, the advantage kind of goes to Jex, but it really just depends on, in Jex's case, how fast does he turn around and go for Sick Kid? Because if he takes a while for Sick Kid, we could be, Jex could be a while before go mode. Another thing is, neither of them have checked the Smiths or Purple Chest or Hammer Pegs, and that has been open to us ever since Pod. Which I think that's where Zempt is going. Yeah, Zempt is going back to Kakariko. I think he's going to Smith Chain. Yep, Dark Shopping Mall is the location of the Meridia Cross Game portal. Alright, Jex is trying to set up Icebreaker, but he's not... Oh, there he goes. Had to just get the right position. Zempt almost getting mugged back there. But after over 2.5 hours, we're finally going to get to see Smith Chain. Because Smith and Hammerpegs in particular has been kind of just staring us down ever since we've gotten Hammer and Powder. So we've been able to be in the neighborhood for a while, but we just couldn't check this without Titansmiths. We're finally going to get to see if this is where Pegasus boots are. In before it's high jump. Wrong boots. Nope, just bombs. And the Smiths give us the boots! Ladies and gentlemen, that will put Zempt in go mode at 2:54:30. And it was behind the Titans mitts. So the Smiths were shoemakers tonight. But yeah, Zempt's just about ready to put the bow on this. He just has to finish up Pod, finish up Eastern, and finish up Turtle Rock, and he's already full cleared all three of those, so... So yeah, given where boots were, if you ended up picking up Titans in Pod and turning around and going for Smiths early, you would have had those boots pretty darn early. But yeah, at this time, it is definitely Zempt's race to lose. Because Zempt has ice already cleared out, and again, has already pretty much done Turtle Rock, so it's just a run to Trinex at this point. No sign of Silvers, but they could just very well be chilling in GT. Yeah, I think Jex had Jex was looking good for a bit after finding Bo, but unfortunately, Zempt's decision to just go check push the Titansmith's checks instead of the Bo checks, the gravity suit checks just worked out. Well, to be fair, they both full cleared Meridia, but Zempt just went the right way. Zempt made a left, Jex made a right, and it didn't work out. Ooh, Jex may have missed a fire rod shot and has to burn the blue goo. Yeah, didn't have enough magic to start. Okay. Well, unfortunately, this does kill Green Pendant, which is a bit of a bummer, because I think at this point that would have been the absolute worst thing that could have been possible. I'm sure the audience at home would have loved that. But yeah, so the logic chain for this seed was early Mirror and Pearl, Morph Ball on Agina's Cave, an early book. And then it was to Varia in Upper Norfair. Technically, I think the second logical sword was expected to be the Waterfall Fairy sword, so that would have put Flippers before the sword. So Flippers from Graveyard Ledge, the hammer and back of Gauntlet first. The hookshot is on Sick Kid. The first bottle was in Super Metroid somewhere, last I checked. And King Zora had Cane, by the way. Then you had to go to you had to go get Various Suit in High Jump area. Get Speed Booster off Ether Tablet. After picking up your second sword in Waterfall Fairy. Speed Booster would get you to Croc, which would give you Ether, because you needed that for Turtle Rock. Fire Rod was in Hype Cave. Then you had to do a double dip of Pod for Titan's Mitts. You had to get Titan's Mitts out of the big chest with a vanilla big key, I might add. Go defeat Ridley to get Gravity Suit. Take your Gravity Suit. In the process of that, you can either go to Ridley to get your Gravity Suit or do Smiths for boots. After Gravity Suit, you have to go to Meridia for the bow, and that's get Ice Rod on the way out of Ridley. Go get your bow in Left Sand Pit, and that's all she wrote. Jex is indeed using a Zero Suit Samus sprite. The Flippers were on Graveyard Ledge. And Jex is about to get hookshot. Surprise! You could have had that for like 2.5 hours. Been a lot of frustration flashes on Jex's screen tonight. We did find Bo. It was in Left Sand Pit. Both runners got it, but Zempt picked up boots on the Smiths. And Jex never went to push the rest of the Mitts checks, so unfortunately there was an important item behind Gravity Suit and behind Titan's Mitts still. So you had to do both of those. But now we're finally going to get to see Landmolus after what feels like forever. Zempt is going... I thought for a minute Zempt went in the wrong door, but no, the one with the stones is the back. He's going to get the big key on the torch. Hopefully we don't have to deal with another big... Actually, big key on the torch of GT would probably be best case scenario for our runners at this point. Worst case would be Tile Room. But yeah, Jex is just unfortunately going to clear out Dark Death Mountain before rushing the rest of the Titan's Mitts checks, so... probably not going to get boots for a few minutes. We'll get red mail. Ooh, Jex missing the hookshot clip in Super Money Cave. And Zempt is going to be our first runner to go see Landmolus. Yeah, I don't think Jex is looking for any convenience items at this point. I think, in fact, Screw Attack would probably just be adding insult to injury. And high jump boots, for that matter. Any SMZ3 runs this week? For the weekly races, no. Actually, the weekly races are going to take a week off. We will not be having any weekly races on Sunday and Monday next weekend to accommodate the fact that SG Live is going to be running. I think we have SMZ3 going on during SG Live, but I don't have the schedule in front of me at the moment. But the weekly races will return on the 16th of November. In fact, let me see if I can get that SG Live schedule up for you folks while we have a minute here. Or alternatively, our wonderful tracker could have just done that, could do that, has already done the job for me. Thanks, Professor. But yeah, we do indeed have the, 1 second. Yeah, we do have the Combo Randomizer as a featured side tournament in SG Live this year. I'm trying to find the, exact schedule, but I don't know if one's been finalized yet. Meanwhile, Zempt is just zipping through Total Rock, while Jex is going to be full clearing the place, looking for Pegasus boots. And we'd like to welcome the folks coming in from the main Speed Gaming channel. You are joining us tonight as we start to wind down the Super Metroid Zelda 3 Combo Randomizer Monday weekly race. In this normal mode seed, we had quite the clunker here. Zempt has only just recently entered Go mode after finding Pegasus boots on the Smiths. Titan Smiths were in a bowless pod. Pod had to be double dipped as the gravity suit was behind the Titan Smiths. Behind Ridley. The only way to lower Norfair was through Meyer. And Gravity Suit was behind Ridley, leading to Bow in left side Sandpit. But at this point, currently it is Zem's race to lose, as Jex has not picked up boots yet from the Smiths. But yeah, this seed has been kind of a mess. We also had Morph Ball in Nagina's cave. So yeah, suffice to say, it was kind of a rough seed. Morph Ball was not found until about 22 minutes in. It was basically the last location check in A Link to the Past. Besides one chest in Desert that Zempt couldn't check initially because he ran out of bombs. We were very late to find a weapon. We were stuck with bombs until a sword was found in Mission Impossible and hammer was in back of Gauntlet. So take your pick of how late you wanted to wait until you got a weapon. Yeah, right now, the only major thing they'd like to have at this point, I'm sure, are silvers, but they're running Butter Sword, Red Mail, at least 14 hearts. They should be okay, but, stranger things have happened. Ganon can be kind of, rude sometimes. And folks, at this time, this is the 7th crystal for Zempt, so there is a guessing game we like to play here in the community. There are 22 locations in the basement of GT, 21 chests and 1 torch. So get your guesses in, integer values between 1 and 22, where you believe the big key is hiding tonight. We'll give you a few extra seconds since it's just a run to GT, and that's all she wrote before the guessing starts, so I'm going to cut it off just a few seconds after Zempt picks a direction. Alright, Zempt has entered GT. I'm going to give you 3 more seconds. Actually, Professor Render is cut off right about when I was about to do it. Thanks, buddy. And, well, it ain't the big key, but I'm sure they're going to take silver arrows on the torch. Alright, so Zempt's going to at least be able to cruise through GT with no difficulty. Now, the most hilarious thing that would be next chest be big key, but it looks like that's not the case. Our final 300, more power bombs, and a small key. So we have now done 1 through 5, and it looks like Zempt is going to do Dark Magician strats here. Not something we've seen as of late in the combo randomizer weeklies. 6 energy tanks, 7 the big key. And folks, with a 7 as our big key guess, that means our winner is plus heals. Congratulations. You've won a lifetime supply of Link to the Past randomizer seeds. Go to samus.link to claim your prize. A disclaimer that all Link to the Past Zelda 3 Super Metroid combo seeds are available to everybody. But yeah, Zempt at this point is just going to cruise on through GT. Jex is about to get the very bad news that Laser Bridge is not going to be housing his Pegasus boots, but is going to be able to fully kill Trinex this time. Zempt had to double dip TR after gambling Ice Rod would be in here, but did not find it. Ice Rod was on Mount Ridley. Jax is unfortunately having a bit of trouble here. Am I crazy, or did Jex lose his shield at some point? Or did he just never pick one up? Oh, that's a KO for Jex, but thankfully he got out via the south exit, so easy respawn point. Think he never picked one up? Okay. Zempt having a little trouble with Lamolos too, only got 1 silver. And that's another KO for Jax. Even with red mail, the lasers can be a bit of a pain in the backside. Especially with that hard hat beetle harassing you. And Jex decides to just bust out the cave, doesn't get a health refill from the heart piece, and is off to fight Trinex. Cape was in a fairly respectable position too. It was in Village of Outcasts, if memory serves. Yeah, chat's got it. It was in C-shape, so yeah, it was in Village of Outcasts. Zempt is running a little low on health, and Zempt has actually been skipping a lot of like health and secondary items here. He skipped the bottle and wrecked ship. He skipped a couple of reserve tanks, which ultimately led to a KO to Ridley in Super Metroid. Actually, Zempt's lower Norfair was very rough. It took several tries to defeat Ridley. The amphitheater in particular really gave him a hard time. Moldorm 2, not an issue for Zempt. Neither is Trinex 4 Jex. Doesn't even bother checking the last chest. It does not matter which final boss is killed first. The only thing that influences is is what happens when that boss is defeated. If Ganon is defeated first, the game just drops you out on the pyramid. If Mother Brain is defeated first, the self-destruct sequence countdown stops when you... there is no self-destruct countdown timer, but the cosmetic sequence stops once you return to Crateria, and you can keep Hyper Beam as long as you don't cross games. That was a nice, I think that was a triple for Zempt. Oh, maybe not. But yeah, I think maybe that was a 1-3-1-1. Not 100% sure on the first cycle. And what's Ganon's quote for us tonight? Lately, he's been dropping a lot of the bug info on us. Must have been playing Agatha too much in Hyrule Warriors. Something about a duck, a sheep, and a rooster, and a hot air balloon. Someone's gonna have to enlighten me on what that refers to. But yeah, Zempt having an absolutely non-issue with phases 1 or 2 of Ganon. Alright, Jex has seen the boots on the torch and is resetting to Super Metroid. Which isn't going to do him any good right now. Oh, he's not thinking Shaq Tool, is he? He might also just be thinking to go kill Mother Brain and think it over. Alright, Torch Glitch set. Zempt cutting it close there. But pretty easy peasy bacon squeezy for Zempt, and that's going to be a single G in chat for Zempt as his final port of call is Totorian and Mother Brain. Unfortunately, since Ice Beam is on Lumberjack, he's going to have to resort to the Power Bomb strategy. But yeah, it looks like Jex is indeed just going to go ahead and deal with Mother Brain. So we're actually going to have like almost simultaneous Mother Brain checks here. Actually, no, wait, no, Jex is going to Red Tower. I'm sorry. What is he doing in Red Tower? Yeah, I'm not sure where he's going right now. I know he checked X-Ray. Oh, maybe he didn't check X-Ray. Oh, no, he's going back for Waterway. I thought he did that already. Guess not. Guess that was them. Yeah, Zem did Waterway, Jex didn't. So yeah, Jex is turning around for Waterway. He's gonna do all the speed checks now. That he didn't already see, because he saw Shaft Supers, he saw Wreck Ship Reserve, but he did not see Waterway. So yeah, Jex is unfortunately just gonna be burning daylight here, using the Super Metroid Pegasus boots to look for the Link to the Past Pegasus boots. That third Metroid is like, hey, wait for me, fellas. We did see Main Street Missiles. It had it had something of note. That was nice. I want to say it was a bottle. Yeah, it was our fourth bottle. Yeah, let's see where Jax is going to go next. Smith's... This might be a last location for Jax. It's got to be Smith's. This is where I'd be pulling out the flute. Oh, you know what? Jax never dips swamp. He might be going to full clear swamp. That's Meridia, yes. The first check in Meridia as you come up from the broken pipe. Needs speed booster. Yeah, unfortunately, Jex is just going to be burning even more daylight here. Actually, it's more like midnight oil here in this neck of the country. As I'm remembering to face right. Main Street had X-Ray. Thank you, chat. Yeah, because that's right, because we got X-Ray ability, we got microwave abilities right as we got into Meridia. Good thing the game gives you that refill room. Otherwise, we'd be in a Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga scenario where you have to start the final boss fight on 1 HP. They didn't change that for the 3DS remake. Zem not even bothering for the Zebutide skip at this point. His missile count's not brilliant, but he has Charge Wave Plasma, so it won't be too bad for Mother Brain. He doesn't have Ice, but Charge Wave Plasma still does like 750 damage. Ice only adds an extra 150. Yeah, it's a 3 power bombs to kill a Metroid in Super Metroid if you don't have Ice. And Ice Beam was on Lumberjack, so they weren't getting that today. But yeah, Zem's going to be wrapping up just about around the time Jex is finishing up Swamp here. Maybe even faster. Zem's probably going to attempt stand-up glitch, I would think. Looks like he's getting his health ready for it. And is in position to get cracking. Now, luckily, if Zempt were to be on the ground when when trying to do stand-up and got locked down to the ground, the X-Ray Scope can actually bust you out of that, thankfully, so you can continue to pound charge shots into the face of Mother Brain. So yeah, it's not gonna this won't lead to a KO from Mother Brain, but 750 damage per shot on a 36,000 HP health bar. That's gonna take a load off. Jax meanwhile preparing to do left side swamp. Ooh, I just noticed Zempt got the baby to essentially hang near the right wall to reduce the time it took for the final blow. Interesting. I did not know you can do that. But yeah, less than 10 shots, and down goes Mother Brain. Also disintegrates a little quicker, too. Courtesy of the quality of life of 1.11.1. But now it is time for Zem to escape to the ship and put the bow on this seed. Jex is having a little trouble meanwhile setting up the diver down. Can't get to the right, get in position to the block correctly. And that is not going to do it. I'm trying to think of Speed Booster. Yeah, Speed Booster was logically required today because Croc had Ether. Looks like Zempt, ooh, gets the diagonal Shine Spark, but crashes onto a platform, but is going to try again. Ooh, Jax is having a real hard time with this diver down. But folks, at this time, please get your GGs in chat for Zempt, who will finish this race on Restream first place with official SRL time of 3:25:37. That is going to be 6th place overall amongst our 10 community racers tonight. Our remaining final times, first place, Aussie 101, the amazing monster that he is with this game, has a 2:36:37. I'm gonna guess he went to pod really early. But after that, Ace Zero is second with a time of 3:04:31. Asder 3:06:32 for third. Apathy Duck fourth with 3:11:03, and Nitorific less than a minute behind with 3:11:53. GG's to our runners tonight. Hopefully we will get Zempt in for an interview. We might actually have to do that manually because I'm not sure if what the story with the bot is. Meanwhile, Jex has finished up left side swamp. Is going to be making the way to Argus. Unfortunately, Jex has frozen again. So we'll try to get that back to you in a minute. It does look like, though, that Jex is electing to continue the race. So we'll let him continue with our blessings for the time being. We are still trying to get Zempt in for an interview. We're ironing out some technical issues we're having. So bear with us. And hey, Zem's joining us in the Twitch chat. Zem, GG to you. We are trying to get you in for an interview, but we're having some minor bot hiccups. So hang tight while we try and figure this out. We do have a few things we do want to talk to you about tonight with the seeds. So yeah, that well, first off, that was a very slow start with Morph Ball all the way in Agina's cave. You both waited until the end to get that. But yeah, right now Jex is currently looking for Pegasus boots, because Jex never picked up Smiths. He was, however, the first to defeat Ridley for Gravity Suit and Ice Rod. Alright, Jex has picked up the sunken items and is going to Argus. And given that Jex is now full cleared Super Metroid, he has to be going to Smith sometime soon. One more block there, buddy. There you go.
Hello.
Hello, Zempt. Welcome to the booth, and GG to you.
Thanks.
So...
Feel that way to me, but...
yeah, it was a rough night to say the least, for a lot of runners, not just you.
Yeah, it seemed that way, considering Asi finished almost a half hour before anyone else did.
My only guess is that he just went straight to pod after Dark World, if not fairly soon after.
Yeah, and then also went straight to Lower Norfair, too.
It wouldn't
to get the
surprise
gravity.
me. Yeah, because Gravity Suit and Titan's Mitts both had critical checks behind them, because Gravity Suit led to Bow, while Titans led to Boots.
Yep.
Yeah, Jex is still looking for Boots, because he never went to Smith's.
Yeah, I did something a little differently than I would this seed. I tried to be a little more aggressive, I guess, going to Lower Norfair a little earlier than I normally would, which I clearly regretted. With the 2 deaths and then bailing on it.
Yeah, Lower Norfair was giving you a lot of trouble. Yeah, we don't have any clue where Screw Attack or High Jump Boots were. Those probably would have made that a lot easier.
Did someone find Ice Beam?
Yes, it was on Lumberjack Ledge.
Oh, okay.
So, you weren't getting that today.
No, I was not. Yeah, I didn't bother checking that until I have the boots, and that was my go mode item, so no point.
Yeah, you also had a few unfortunate double dips. Pod, you had no choice to double dip because that's what the logic was telling you to do. But
Right.
TR, you ended up double dipping. You both double dipped Eastern.
I kind of triple dipped Desert too because of my mishaps early and not having any bombs.
Yeah, the seed didn't give you a weapon really until either Hammer and Back of Gauntlet or Sword and Mission Impossible. Take your pick.
Right. I think I made a mistake at the beginning there. I should have just stopped at the rat house in Kakariko to grab more bombs before I left. But usually the seed gives you some sort of money or bombs at some point.
And Jex says Jex may have shot up a little bit. I think his stream may just be catching up because he just got the blacksmith in tow. But yeah, Jex hasn't cleared Desert yet because it's boots locked, and he's about to get him right now.
Mhm.
once the stream finally loads. But yeah, Jex has been having some frame hiccups tonight, so we didn't realize Bo was in left sandpit until he picked it up after Dragon.
Gotcha. Did he get that before I did?
Yes, Jex
That
got
makes sense.
Gravity, Ice Rod, and Bo before you did.
Yeah, that makes sense. I put
But
that off until pretty late because I didn't want to go back after dying twice for a bit.
yeah, but you were the first two. You were the only one to Pegasus boots. Jex was also very late to hookshot. He only got hookshot about an hour ago.
Remind me where that was?
Sick kid.
Oh yeah, I was pretty happy when I saw that. I was also pretty happy with the early flippers too.
Yeah, although the late hookshot really didn't inhibit Jex that much, because the only real thing hookshot was required for is GT, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it just ended up baiting me into doing swamp, I guess.
You both got baited to Swamp. Jex only just finished it.
Hmm.
And I'm not surprised you both dipped Swamped either, because even though it's a pendant, it's 6 items.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually almost tempted to go there before pod. Um, just or did I? I don't actually remember. No, I did do it before pod, right? I
Yeah.
was actually thinking of going there right after Hype Cave, but I decided not to after realizing it was a pendant. I don't know. I was trying to play the seed a little more aggressive. I think if I was playing normally, I would have went in there right away, which obviously wouldn't have mattered. But um, yeah, just last locationing those mitts really hurt for sure.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that the dungeon was a forced double dip. It always seems lately that pod is the dungeon that requires the double dips.
Hmm.
Um, Granted, I haven't seen a lot of seeds in like the last couple of weeks, but I remember like in September or something like that, there were like pod had to be like dipped twice or 3 times in a row. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, no one likes doing it, but sometimes you just gotta make the call.
Yeah. Always bet on Croc. You got lucky with that giving
The,
you
the
ether.
ether, yeah, I'm not sad about that. I guess I'm just happy I didn't end up going into Mire.
Yeah, no one went into Mire. Neither of you went into Mire tonight. It was looking good that it might be a green pendant, boots or bow, but ended up not being the case.
I've never actually hoped more that this was a pendant seed because of how I ended up working this in. Like I had both 2 pendants already by the time I checked it.
Yeah, and after Kane on King Zora, we were only mitts away from Pedestal and Logic.
Yeah, I got that pretty
Mitts
early
or
too, actually.
yeah, mitts or Gravity Suit. But it was half magic today, so again, nice, but not what you were looking for, just like Ice Beam.
Hmm. Yeah, it was a little. Other thing I noticed was I figured a lot of people would fake flipper early because we had the early Moon Pearl, and when I saw the sword on Zora, or not on Zora, but on Waterfall, I was quite sad because I had to end up going to go back for the speed booster on Ether tablet.
Yeah, that Jex had the luxury of not having to deal with that. But one thing that you both, one thing that not actually you in particular put off was Hera Basement.
Well, I didn't have a fire source when I was there.
Yeah, and you really didn't have a good time to come back until after Speed Booster.
Yep, I was thinking about doing it when I was getting speed booster, but at that point I had a lot open, and I felt like it just wasn't worth my time.
Yeah, we figured that if the progression item in Pod was Titan's Mitts, that'd be worst case scenario because the whole game pretty much opens up.
Hmm.
And then after Titan's Mitts, Gravity's a worst case, and what do you know? That's the next thing Titan's Mitts locks next to Boots.
Yep. Yeah, it's not my first time seeing Gravity Suit in that location either. I think it's been like 3 or 4 times now. I
It's
clearly have some
been
practice I need to do in Lore Norfair.
there's been a lot of progression behind Ridley as of late. I don't know if
Hmm.
it's just a 11.1 thing or I
I
just
don't
don't
know.
know. But it feels like it's been happening a lot.
And I feel like that has a lot to do with Ozzy's success. He always seems to go to Lower Norfair early, at least when I watch his streams.
Credit where it's due. He's got some
Hmm.
insane lower Norfair strats. And I'm not sure if Screw Attack or High Jump was found. It's honestly, given the fact that we pretty much full cleared the whole game except Meyer, it's
Gotta
probably
be
just
in
chilling in
GT or
GT.
Meyer. Yeah.
But yeah, how about Silver's on the torch?
That was nice. I'm glad I went to the left side first, because otherwise well, no, I guess I still would have went to the left to get a key, and would have gotten the silvers anyway. But
Yeah,
yeah, it was pretty nice right there.
yeah, it worked out in your favor. You got Silver's. Your big key was number 7, so fairly quick GT.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I
that.
was hoping for it after what I just went through.
But yeah, it was just a slow start all around. Things really didn't start speeding up until you started going back to Super Metroid.
Oh, once I actually got the gravity suit, yeah, that's true.
I was thinking more like along the lines of when Glove showed up and we had Dark World access. That's when really things really started to move forward because up to
That's
22
true, yeah.
minutes, nobody had a morph ball. Nobody had any progression because Mirror and Pearl didn't do anything.
Yep.
And not to mention there was like almost no rupees. I mean, you had the weapon problem.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it all comes down to just like if I saved a bomb in Mini Moldarm or something like that. Like if I didn't mess up a bomb there, if maybe I decided to go to the Rat Hut, a lot of things could have changed and made that beginning go a lot faster.
Yeah, but this seed was definitely not friendly in
No.
by any stretch of the imagination. It would have been worse if Green Pendant was actually required, because that's probably the worst thing it could have been next to Pedestal.
I mean, at this point, what does it even matter? But
Yeah, I think you were also the only runner to check Shack Tool.
oh, yeah. I mean, I'm at the point. I'm just gonna check everything.
Yeah, checks. Yeah, I think you both ended up picking up Spring Ball too, but we lost Jex around the time he was due in front of Meridia, so
Oh, did he like just choppy internet? I guess.
something like that.
Gotcha.
But yeah, is there anything else you want to anything else in particular that comes to mind with this seed besides trash?
Trash definitely sums it up. I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely not my best showing for sure, especially the first time I've done the restream. This is, I think, the worst time I've gotten. I don't know, in the last like 3-4 months probably. So.
Well, our next
It's,
weeklies.
Yeah, the next weeklies are canceled, right?
Yes, next week's weeklies are canceled because of SG Live, and the next weeklies resume on the 16th.
Which I am part of.
Oh, good luck to you on that.
So yeah, I mean, I don't think it would last long, but I've got at the nicest I have to face Raikou Rider, and then if I manage to beat him, which is going to be a struggle, I have to go through Ozzy. So that's definitely the farthest I'm going.
Well, you never know. Rando could be funny.
That's true. I mean, there's probably about a 1% chance I can beat Ozzy. Maybe that might be a high roll, but.
Well, anything could happen. Either way, I wish you luck.
Thank you.
But yeah, at this point, we're just gonna stick with Jax and before we wrap this up, because yeah, it's not 1 o'clock yet. He's only got to just do GT and Mother Brain, so it's only gonna be a few minutes.
Right. All right. Well, thank you for pulling me in. And,
no problem.
Have a good night.
Thank you for running.
Mm-hmm.
All right, GG.
Bye-bye.
Yes, again, a reminder to the audience, if you have not, and of course the bot still hasn't gotten that command sorted out yet, but if you haven't already, please go give both of these runners a follow, because they're putting on a great show for you tonight, and just putting up with this ridiculous, very annoying pod double dip heavy seed. Yeah, Jex got silvers and like turned around and went straight for big key. I think he might have checked Stalfo's room, but I wasn't, I was not looking straight at it at the time. He might have got Stalfo's room first, done Dark Magician. He did check Stalfo's room. Okay, yeah, I missed it. Sorry, folks. At this point, though, there can be pretty much no doubts that our remaining Super Metroid items that we would have liked to see were definitely chilling here, either in GT, or it would be hilarious if the remaining two items, if the two items in Meyer were both High Jump and Screw. Hey, the bot woke up. Thanks, Maddie Walkherd. So there you go. Now you can properly go follow the runners. And while you're at it, also, please join me in thanking Professor Render for putting through tonight and tracking this seed, especially as the mid-game started popping everything up. So thanks again, Professor Render. You made life really much easier tonight. But yeah, right now we're just waiting for Jex to clear Landmolus, not Landmolus, I already killed Landmolus, clear Moldorm 2, defeat Agatu, go kill Ganon and Mother Brain, and that should be all she wrote. Well, we do really thank you for taking the time to start your birthday with us, Professor. Believe me, we do appreciate it. So thank you. Yeah, chat's right. It can only go uphill from here. Oh, and Moldorm claims the first victim of the night. It would appear, though, that we do not have any new finishers in the SRL. So, Jex is still in the running for 7th. And it was a map in the Moldorm 2 chest. The most useless of items. Alright, Agatu for Jex. Hopefully we'll have a little bit, hopefully we won't have too much trouble. This first pattern is not pretty, though. Gets a double. And has a stop form moment. Oh, as I have just spoken, we appear to have another finisher. 64-bit Link has finished in 7th with a time of 3:46:32. Now, so far, it looks like double, single, single. And then double, so 2-1-1-2. So same number of cycles as Zempt. And it is now time for Jex to face the big pig. And after being thanked for dropping in, Jex is going to go ahead and deliver a few slashes to the big pig. But yeah, butter swords, silver arrows, 15 hearts remaining, red mail. This fight will be a cakewalk. Unfortunately, cakewalk is loosely defined as teleport heavy. Oh, okay, now Ganon's being a little more cooperative. That first wave of teleports, though, was a little rude. Yes, we did find the arrows in your tower. Here, have a few. Just has a little trouble getting Torch Glitch set up, but sets it up nonetheless. And one more silver should do it. And get a single G in chat for Jax. As it is off to Mother Brain. And yeah, Jax with a ridiculously high amount of energy tanks now is going to probably have equally as little trouble with Mother Brain. And again, as a reminder, as we start closing things down, we do have SG Live starting this upcoming for Saturday, excuse me. So we've got a lot going on. We've got SMZ3, we've got A Link to the Past, we've got Ocarina of Time Randomizer. The list goes on. Our runners in these tournaments, in some of the tournaments, will be competing for cash prizes, so there is quite a lot to look forward to, and our runners are going to be in it to win it. So we invite you to join us for that as that kicks off again on Saturday. That should be a blast. I'm not talking about putting bombs in front of chests as of in a fit of rage. Yeah, that lack of ice beam has been a royal pain in the backside for our runners as they have to go through Torian the hard way. Alright. More Metroids fall victim to the power bomb. Although they do kind of chirp away at your health pretty darn fast when they stack up on you. Luckily, for whatever reason, you're invincible while you are in a power bomb effect. At least from enemies. And it looks like Jex isn't even going to try for Baby Skip either. Not a bad idea to damage down ahead of time just to be ready for that. He's damaging down really hard here. turning the suits back on. Makes sense. Best to be half safe than half sure. There have been a couple of very interesting ways to skip this. The more traditional one is using Wave Beam and... oh, Jex is electing to use Crystal Flash instead. Makes sense. It actually saves a little time, I think, over going to the ammo station. And given the Super Missile count and Charge Wave Plasma, I think that actually works out really well. Gonna have to remember that one when I see people do that in the future. For Mother Brain, the absolute minimum number of super missiles you need just on raw super missile damage alone is 60. Because Mother Brain has 38,000 HP. And supers deal 300 damage. That, and you also have to shatter the glass. Although I think that's part of the HP. But that's ammo conservation is not an issue if you have Charge Beam, because Charge Beam also does damage. Also, this is made a lot faster in 11.1 too, so less downtime before the fight. But supers do have also the best DPS in this scenario. And I think Jex is going to be in laser mode. Yep. Although he might not even be trying for stand-up glitch. Yep, not even trying. So unfortunately, it is going to be all 38 hyper beam shots to finish off Mother Brain. Not going to be able to skip a few with a few charged plasma shots, but not really the biggest deal. You get a full energy refill. Mother Brain's really not that threatening. She's stunned every time you shoot her. But with that, that is Hyper Beam. It is Hyper Beam time for Jex. Mother Brain may now taste the rainbow. I always was a fan of Skittles. Still am to this day. But down goes Mother Brain for Jex, and it's off to the escape. Will Jex save the animals? Probably not. Some runners do that, though. And they earn first place in our hearts when they do that. I'm fine with that. I've got a soft spot for animals. Oh, having a little trouble getting up this wall. Excuse me, pardon me, out of the way, coming through. It's alright, they're space pirates, they're on nobody's nice list. Is Jex gonna save the animals? Answer. Well, it depends on if he can get out of this shaft. And that's a hard no. But with that, Jex Rock will finish in 8th place overall, second on Restream with an official SRL time of 3:59.11, right in front of Tracy M, who will finish with an official SRL time of 3:59.38. A GG's to both of our runners. Alright, now we just need to get Jex in for an interview. We're going to try and make this one quick because we're already over 1 o'clock. Oops. And close this out. But yes, folks, that will be the end of our race tonight. But yeah, we're just going to try and see if we can get Jex in for just a split second here to get his thoughts before we close out. But until we do get that sorted out, we might actually not be able to work this out. But just in case we don't, again, a reminder to follow follow our runners on Restream, who have put on a great show for you here tonight. And again, a shout out to my wonderful partner in the tracking booth, Professor Render. Wish him a happy birthday while you're at it, because, yep, his birthday started today, and it went a little over as a result of a nasty seed. So, sorry about that, but we hope the rest of your day is filled with good. All right, yeah, at this point, I don't think we're going to be able to get the interview at this point. But with that said, folks, once again, SG Live starts this upcoming Saturday, where we have, again, SMZ3, Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, Randomizer, amongst many other tournaments that are on the queue for this nice, fun week of activities. So we do hope you join us for that. As for the SMZ3 weeklies, we're going to be taking the next week off. Let SG Live play out, not try and step on their shoes there. And when we come back, it will be on the 16th, which should be... let me see if I can pull up the schedule. That will be resuming with... I believe that is going to be a hard logic seed ? But I'm not 100% sure. We'll get back to you on that once the schedule becomes finalized. And we will see you next mission, folks. Thank you for watching. Have a great rest of your night.